Hello everyone, hope you're all having a good day today. Thank you for stopping by. It is good to see you here. Hope you're all doing well, and welcome to my T-Rex design tier list stream. Hope you're all doing well. Thank you for stopping by, and it is good to see you all here today. I see in chat, Phantosaurus is here. This should be interesting, indeed it should be. Considering how hard I think it should be to get a T-Rex wrong. That's fair, but we'll see. There may be some who actually might be surprising with how bad they might be. We'll have to wait and see. I see Fancy Flukel. Time to spin the dino. Alright, hold on. I don't know if I don't think I can spin him. Come on. I mean, I can do this. It's very slow, but I can sort of spin Chibitai around. Very slowly. But geez. Hello there, Fancy Flukel. Hope you're doing good as well. Thank you for stopping by. It is good to see you here, friend. And I hope that you enjoyed today's stream. Where's the T-Rex? I'm here. And so are all the T-Rexes over here. Alright. So... I don't know what else to say, so I guess I shall get started right now. So this one here. At the very beginning we have, I think, the T-Rex from the movie The Land of the Lost, I think? I don't know, or this might be the Ark T-Rex, I don't know. They look very similar, but if I assume that it's Ark, maybe. Hold on, let me look. All the T-Rex designs around here. I don't think any of the other ones are the T-Rex from Ark, so part of me wants to assume that it is the Ark T-Rex. But either way. Yes, okay, it is the Ark T-Rex. Still missing ones. In that case, I haven't actually played Ark myself. I've said about multiple. I said it on multiple occasions. I do want to play it at some point, but I don't know if I can with the laptop I have right now. But I do like the T-Rex, this T-Rex design quite a bit. It's definitely leaning more towards Jurassic Park T-Rex than like scientifically accurate one, but I think it looks cool. I don't know where I'd put it exactly, though. I think it's a pretty decent one, though, so I'll put it in B, maybe. And speaking of B, here we have the one and only Barney. I mean, I watched this show a lot as a kid, but nowadays I still don't really hold much, like, nostalgia for him too much. It was okay, but I don't know. I'm not exactly holding Barney too close to heart. Where's the signs? I mean, it's iconic, so I'll give it above D tiers, like. Maybe C. I'll go with C. Excuse me, sorry about that. Hold on. See, look up T-Rox with an O. Alright, I'll do that, but I gotta go into the loading screen just in case. So T-Rox. Oh, I should've known that. Hold on. Let me go back. This actually looks pretty cute, huh? I don't know why his design isn't one of the ones start being considered. Looks pretty cute. If it was there, I think I'd put it at like maybe B or A tier, maybe. I feel like this little guy over here could be A tier. Anyways. Next up we have this T-Rex design that I think was drawn by R.J. Palmer, I believe. The guy who was also behind... Well, he's not just a really good paleo artist, but just in general, he's a pretty good concept artist, and I believe he did the design, lots of the designs for the Pokemon in Detective Pikachu. I think. I might be wrong there, but I'm pretty sure some of his work has been used in movies before. But yeah, I mean it's scientifically accurate too. It's hard to see, but I have seen this artwork before, and I really like the detail he had on, like the eyebrow ridges. The overall coloring looks pretty good. Kind of reddish with a bit of... It's a lot darker on top with some lighter coloring at the bottom that's counter shaded like many other animals in real life. I think that looks nice. See, Barney needs to be reduced to atoms. Yes. Destroy him. Remove his existence from this world. See, Phantosaur said he did, and he's already been doing realistic Pokemon way back when. Well, I guess I was kind of right about Pokemon early, and dinosaurs, because I think I remember seeing him do artwork with Tyrantrum and Tyrunt. And I think also, I forgot his names, like Bastodion or something like that. Like the evolution for Shieldon. And I need to drink some water because my throat is already not feeling good for some reason. Yeah, some of the best realistic Pokemon I've ever seen. See, Fancy Fluko says, dinos are just prehistoric chickens. I don't know about that. I mean, some of us were floofy like chickens, but we were more than just prehistoric chickens running about. But yeah, I think R.J. Palmer's T-Rex definitely deserves to be the first S tier. So there you go. Technically, yes, they are. I mean, some are close, I guess. I mean, the Maniraptorans, in particular, like Dromaeosaurs, Troodontids, they're fairly close to it. But they have lots of razor-sharp teeth, which chickens do not have, I'm pretty sure. Oh, and I see, just now, Bunny Zia is lurking. Thank you for the lurk, Zia. I appreciate the support. And if you're still watching the stream while you are lurking, I hope that you enjoy it. See, good luck with stream. Thank you, Bunny Zia. I appreciate that. T-Rex close. More like chickens are fluffy dinos. Yeah, I feel like that fits it a bit more. So then we have this thing. I don't know where it's from. It reminds me a bit of like the weird Spinosaurus design that they had for like Jurassic Park Warpath, I think. And it's kind of goofy looking. I don't know what else really to say about it. Because I like the coloring, like the green with some black stripes on it. Looks nice, but like the head shape is throwing me off here. And it looks like the teeth are like way too inward, or like they're closer to like the center of where their mouth is as opposed to like on the sides. It's kind of like a toucan, kind of like toucan beak kind of mouth to it. I don't know how to describe it, but it just something looks off about it. Yeah, Phantosaur said, yeah, I think it's from Warpath as well. See, Fancy Fluko says, the closest living relatives of Tyrannosaurus Rex are birds, that is true, like chickens and ostriches, according to research. That is indeed true, but Tyrannosaurus Rex was one of the last tyrannosaurs, and they went extinct, so I highly doubt there were anyone specifically descended from Tyrannosaurids. Because they would have all died out before they got the chance to evolve eventually into birds. And instead, smaller relatives like most Maniraptorans probably would. They probably would have been the ones to evolve into birds later down the line. Because I'd imagine since they're typically a lot smaller than Tyrannosaurids, they would be better adapted to surviving everything that happened after the asteroid hit, and thus eventually become birds. But I mean, if there were any small Tyrannosaurids that were somehow living alongside T-Rex, maybe they could have been. I doubt it though. But it is true that birds overall, they are the closest living relatives to T-Rex and most other theropods. Anyways, back to this monstrosity, I think, from JP Warpath. I mean, it's not like awful, but I'll be nice and put it in D tier, cause at least it's not as bad as the Spinosaurus from the same game. That one was a mess. Anyways, I need to drink water again. Maybe I should become a Twitch affiliate at some point, so I'll always be able, I'll always have water ready to go at the beginning of new streams for hydrate redeems. I see, Fancy Fluco says, finally you're eating your future relatives. I mean, kind of. But at the same time, though, they're not the same species as me, so it's kind of okay. Technically. Anyways, let's see. Here we have, I think it's a T-Rex figure from somewhere. I'm not sure where, but I see it's got the prominent eyebrow ridge. Not the kind that we normally see nowadays in paleo art, but it does look pretty good. The orange and I think dark green kind of stripes around here on top, they look good. Got a nice cream coloring for the underside, so it's counter shaded like some of the others. Pay attention to details. The arms look a bit off for me though. I don't know, they look like wiggly lines. It might just be like because how small the image is, but I don't know if they look right. See, Phantosaurus said, dinosaurs already ate each other anyways. That is true, indeed. And some of us we even ate others of our own species if we had the opportunity. Alright, it's not bad at all. But I don't have any like significant attachments to it or anything like that. I don't know if I would put it up anywhere too high, but I'd say put it up top B. And then next we have this guy over here. I feel like it's from Battle of Giants Dinosaurs, but I'm not entirely sure if that's the case. It's been a while since I played that game, but it looks familiar for some reason. So it's going with the is leaning towards the Jurassic Park T-Rex kind of look, as per usual. But I feel like, based on how it might be because of the image quality, but I feel like the teeth look a bit cartoonishly big. Or that might be something else, but that's what I feel like I'm seeing over here. It seems to be mostly just kind of monotone brown. And has lighter coloring on its underside, which is a nice touch. Still, I feel like it's a bit underwhelming. I think you're gonna go over to C tier, buddy. I'm sorry. But then over here we have the rather infamous T-Rex suit from various different memes and GIFs and videos and skits and all the other thingies throughout the ages of the internet. You, my good sir, you earned my respect, and I shall put you up properly at S tier, not C tier, S tier for you. And then here we have, I think, the T-Rex design from Clash of the Dinosaurs. And I think also the Last Day of the Dinosaurs as well, because I think they reused this model for that too, where I remember it fighting a Triceratops and an Ankylosaurus at the same time. Let's see, just based on its general appearance, it's just kind of like a typical kind of grayish coloring. I don't think there's like any different coloring for the bottom side. It's just general gray all around, which is not the most eye-catching, but it is pretty heavily built, which I'd say overall the body shape fits fairly well with T-Rexes that we know of, well, how we know T-Rex nowadays. I think the head looks, I think it looks decent. Kind of. It might be outdated, but it was from a fairly old documentary, so I can't really blame them too much for that. It does hold a bit of nostalgic value for that cool fight that we saw during the Last Day of the Dinosaurs. And it had a death incredibly similar to one of the other T-Rexes that we have here in this tier list. I'll get to that later. But, Yusuf, I think I'll put you over in B tier. It's nothing, like, too amazing, but it's decent, I'd say. Especially given the quality of the documentaries that showed up in, to be honest. At least for Clash of the Dinosaurs, I think the Last Day of the Dinosaurs was pretty good. And then here we have, I think this is the T-Rex from, I don't know, I was gonna say Primal Carnage, that's not it. Is that Primal Rage? I can't, it's gotta be some, not Turok either. It's on the tip of my tongue, but I don't know the name first. Let's see, it's oh my god, it's Dino Crisis. This is the T-Rex from Dino Crisis. And I don't know too much about that video game series, unfortunately, but I know enough about it. And yeah, Aphantosaurus, thank you for confirming it is indeed Dino Crisis. Oddly, the only thing since I'm not too familiar with the series, the main thing I remember it for is for getting ragdolled by the Dino Crisis Giganotosaurus in one cutscene. I think in Dino Crisis 2. Because I saw it in an AMV once when I was really, really young. And I would go back to watch it over and over again because child me loved watching mindless dino action. But it was overall, I mean, it has a very distinct look, I would say. It follows definitely the Jurassic Park T-Rex kind of look, but I feel like it does enough to make itself look different from Rexy and the others. I think what else. I don't know. See, it was pretty scary in the first game, though. I can imagine that it was. But I unfortunately haven't played that game before, so it is cool though. So I'll make it top B tier. Right, there you go. Put you right over there. And I don't think they used this design for Dino Crisis 3 because if I remember correctly, that game changed up the dinosaur designs quite a bit compared to the first two. Or maybe there was the Dino Crisis 4 that I'm talking about, I'm not sure. I just know that there was a Dino Crisis sequel game that not a lot of people liked. Anyways, next up we have this T-Rex over here, which I do not know where it's from, but I see the coloring looks pretty nice. A light bluish kind of teal color, I think, for its underside, and then going up, there's a bit of a cream coloring, then going to orange, and then brown at the top. It's a very distinct color scheme. I think it looks pretty good. Based on the image quality, though, the way the head and the neck look, I know it's supposed to be turning its head, but something about it seems kind of off. I'm not sure why it does. I feel like they kind of drop from where the eyes are towards the front of the snout. It looks a bit off. Overall, it's not a bad design though, so I'll put you at low B or top C. I'll put you over here, I think. Oh, hold on, I see Phantosaur says, okay, I can't stay for much longer, unfortunately, but before I'll go, I'll say that there's actually a third T-Rex in Dinosaur King. Oh, yep, I know about this one. Its name is Gigas, indeed. I'm surprised they didn't add Gigas into this tier list template, but I mean, I'm glad they decided to include Rexy, not Terry, and the Black T-Rex. The Gigas with a spectral armor would look. That would definitely get him up to S, or at least top A tier. Anyways, speaking of S tier, we have the T-Rex design from Dinosauria by Dead Sound on YouTube. And I think his name was David. This T-Rex design and the animation that it came from were all made by solely one person named David. Who did all, as far as I know, he did all the writing, all the animation, basically everything all by himself. And as he was doing that, he also created a sculpture of the T-Rex design. So I gotta give him props for all the effort he puts into his content. But also besides just that, the T-Rex design itself, it looks really darn good for like in terms of scientific accuracy. The eyebrow ridges look like what we would expect from nowadays in paleo art. I think the darker brown stripes, I can't what? I like they give it a little extra flair than just having it be, like, just one shade of browns. Like, it's got mainly one color on it, being brown, but the different shades of brown that he uses help to make it stand out quite a bit. And interestingly, it looks like it's darker on the bottom than on top. Or there might just be shadows. But it almost looks like the opposite of counter shading, which is interesting. And also, I don't know if this really counts towards like what I should think of like the design itself, but I do like that David portrays it as like an actual animal in the dinosaur episode that it shows up in, where it goes over to a watering hole where a Triceratops with its child and an Edmontosaurus are also drinking, and it doesn't try to attack them because it's not hungry, as opposed to possibly making it a killing machine like some people might try to do. So yeah, we got another S tier on our hands, I'd say. And then we have Terry and the Black T-Rex from Dinosaur Kings. I need to drink some water again because my throat is not feeling good, even though I kind of just started. Alright. So Terry. I think the head looks pretty darn good. I feel like it takes quite a bit from the Jurassic Park T-Rex and also real T-Rex skulls. And it's kind of how it is for a lot of the dinosaur designs in Dinosaur Kings. Some of them, they're not the best. Like, I think they were the first ever piece of paleo media to portray Pachyrhinosaurus with a horn, which is nah, but Terry's design overall, I think it looks really good. And I like that they have, it's hard to see for you guys, but it does, Rexy does have, not Rexy, Terry has like a row of small spikes going down his back, which is scientifically accurate. I'm pretty sure T-Rex and the only other one being Ceratosaurus. Those two are the only ones I know where it's confirmed that they would have had rows of osteoderms going down their back, like tiny ones. So I think that's a nice touch. And of course, the coloring in it I think it just speaks for itself. Bright red with yellow stripes on it. It's definitely eye-catching and stands out quite a bit. And it makes sense given that he's supposed to be of the fire element in Dinosaur King. For Terry himself, I mean, he holds a lot of nostalgic value for me, since I did grow up with Dinosaur King as a kid. I'm pretty sure I watched every episode, which I guess it's not the biggest achievement since it only had 2 seasons with, I feel like not less than 20 episodes per season. No, definitely not. But I guess it wouldn't be like the hardest anime to binge, but I had a lot of love for this show as a kid, and I feel like Terry did have quite a bit of a character to him. Sort of, even though he's kind of just there to be like one of the main dinos that the villains use as they lose. But I'll put him up in S tier. And then next we have the Black T-Rex. I really like how it, like the darker coloring on it, plus the glowing bits of orange on it that kind of remind me a lot of magma. I do like that they gave it like a little extra flair to it besides like upscaling Terry and then like having him glow or something. Besides that, I mean, it made quite a big left a big impression on me and probably everyone else who watched Dinosaur King, especially the episodes that the Black T-Rex showed up in. I don't know how to word it, but it's like pretty much the first thing we see of it is it going around destroying a city like kaiju style, and then easily withstanding any attacks that the D Team's dinos plus the Alpha Gang's dinos throw at it. And only a combined move from each, like every dinosaur that all the characters collected throughout the whole first season together were able to damage it. And plus it shot giant fireballs of purple fire. I think that alone speaks for itself there. So you're definitely going to S tier 2. Plus, it did lead to an interesting concept of Seth creating more mutated dinosaurs that were superpowered and extra stronger and larger as well. And unfortunately, it didn't go anywhere because Seth got sucked into like a vortex or something until season 2. But still, it left a pretty big impact, both in the Dinosaur King franchise and on me personally. And then here we have the 3 T-Rexes from Dinosaur Revolutions. More correctly, I think this one here is, I think its name was like Stumpy. This was its mate Tinkerbell. And then this was the one T-Rex that was constantly trying to ruin their lives, Jack. If I remember correctly, the reason this T-Rex here was named Stumpy was because Jack here tore off his arm during a territorial fight. And he also ate Tinkerbell and Stumpy's first children. So I'm just gonna put Jack over here real quick. But as for Stumpy and Tinkerbell, let's see. I just like those two because they're able to endure a lot of torment from Jack. As for the T-Rex designs in of themselves, I like that they kind of have like the skull kind of... I can't... It's like that they have like a skull kind of look to their heads. I don't know. I also noticed it's something that we don't really see much of in Tinkerbell, so only seems like something that the male T-Rexes particularly have, whereas like there's a lot of white on their heads. But yes, I think I'll put them over in A tiers. They're a bit, I'd say, shrink wrapped compared to what we think of T-Rexes nowadays. For those of you who don't know what shrink wrapping is, basically it's like if you were to take a dinosaur skeleton and then just put skin on it without too much idea of like how much meat there would be in between the skin and the bones. And thus you make the dinos look a bit smaller than they would have been. And I feel like we see, like if you look at Jack here, I feel like that kind of is the case. It's a little bit skinny. But again, the head looks really cool. I'm pretty sure the arms are in like the scientifically accurate posture, which is good since these guys showed up in a dinosaur documentary. And I feel like scientific accuracy should be important in terms of designs for documentaries at least. In movies and games, where education isn't really of big importance, I don't really mind. But in a documentary, you should probably focus on scientific accuracy, and considering Dinosaur Revolution was released in like the 2010s, I'd say it did a pretty good job for the time. So I think that's where they stand for now. I do wish they added Tinkerbell and Stumpy's kid here though, because I believe after they took care of Jack, I think like during the last few episodes they did have a kid that survived all the way to become a sub-adult, and I liked his design quite a bit. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like that. He's not here. Oh well. So instead, we have the T-Rex design, I believe, from Fossil Fighters. Well, it's from Fossil Fighters game, but it's not from the first two. It's Fossil Fighters Frontier, I think. And I gotta say, after I played the first two Fossil Fighter games a while back, Fossil Fighters and Fossil Fighters Champions, I believe last year, I've considered playing Frontier as well. I've also heard though that it's not the most it's definitely the least popular of the three the three Fossil Fighter games. Particularly because they changed up a lot of the classic designs of the Fossil Fighter dinosaurs. But for T-Rex though, I feel like they actually decided to keep this one relatively the same. Though I don't know if it's designed, like, translated too well from, like, the 2D graphics to, like, this more 3D looks. It's not the worst, but I don't know. I feel like, especially even for the time, it could have looked a little bit better. So I think top D tier. We do have, however, actually no, they actually changed up the design quite a bit. But here we have the original Fossil Fighters T-Rex, which looks a lot better in my opinion. It's got the entire magma look to it, across its entire body. It's got the feathers on top that look a lot more like fire than, well, this version of it from Frontier, which kind of looks like it just dyed its feathers blonde. I think this one safely goes up to A tier. Yeah, I'll put it like this. I prefer most of these designs over the Fossil Fighters T-Rex, but the classic Fossil Fighters Rex is still a really darn good design, in my opinion. And it was quite a bit of nostalgia for me since, like I said before, I played the first two Fossil Fighters games, and even though I never got one in the first game, I did get Guanlong, which can turn into a T-Rex, and it was really fun to use. And also, I don't remember when exactly, but a while ago I did return to Fossil Fighters Champions with the sole purpose of trying to get a T-Rex in it. And I succeeded. Alright, so next up we have the sculpture of Sue. I don't know which museum it's being held in now, but I mean, it's by far one of the most realistic T-Rex like sculptures that we've ever. Well, hold on. I gotta say, this statue of Sue is probably one of the most scientifically accurate sculptures or figures, or like having physical reconstructions of T-Rexes to date. It's got the eyebrow ridges down. She's about She's about as muscular as most people think T-Rexes would have been in real life. Coloring seems pretty good. Kinda grayish with a lighter cream-like coloring for its bottom side. It's got a bit of counter shading to it. And also, I like the added detail that she has like a baby Edmontosaurus like in her mouth. I think it's a cool detail. So, I think I'll put you right slightly above Terry and the Black T-Rex, but their designs are still awesome as well. Oh, I see Don Creepers in chats. Sorry I'm late. Nah, it's fine. You are never late to a dino stream. How's the dino? I'm doing quite well. My throat is not doing the best though. It already feels tired even though I've only been at it for 45 minutes. But otherwise I'm doing pretty good. And I'm having fun ranking dinosaur T-Rex designs specifically while doing a little bit of talking about them. But yeah, and I hope that you enjoyed today's stream and that you are doing good as well, Don. And thanks for stopping by. Alright, so next up we have the T-Rex from the offline Chrome game. I made this for the memes. I'll put you up here in S tier. And for all the good times we've had whenever my internet would go down and I would have to wait for things to get back up and running. And next, we have the Jurassic Fight Club T-Rex. This one's pretty interesting, because Jurassic Fight Club, the designs that quote-unquote documentary had, they are not the most well-known for being particularly good designs. Specifically, Pachyrhinosaurus was absolutely atrocious. Like, they gave it a nose horn instead of a boss. And they based off the entirety of its head, based off a different ceratopsian, I think it's like a Cherosaurus, or a Chelosaurus. I forgot the exact name, but that one was a mess. Majungasaurus, especially the male, always looked super weird to me. I like that they gave it sexual dimorphism, but the designs of, no matter what, like the body build was all wrong for the Majungasaurus, but I will say, the T-Rex design in Jurassic Fight Club doesn't look too bad. I like the kind of dark brown with, I think I remember like black stripes on it. I thought that coloring looks pretty cool. Plus a bunch, I don't know if you can see it, but it's also got kind of like lots of black speckles on it, besides just the stripings. I think that's a nice look to it. And as far as I remember, the overall body proportions look pretty good. Despite being a documentary though, it does have the incorrect hand posture that you normally see in like Jurassic Park films and such, where the hands are pronated. In other words, the palms are facing downwards, instead of being supinated like actual T-Rexes, where the palms are instead facing each other. So I guess the best way I would describe it is like Jurassic Park T-Rexes and like most other theropods, their hands are supposed to, they look like they're always ready to play the drums, whereas scientifically accurate theropods they always look like they're ready to clap or give really small hugs. That's how I would like to. That's how I would like to like kind of like simplify it down. And I don't think the Jurassic Fight Club T-Rex has the right hand posture, which, considering it's supposedly from a documentary, it's not the best decision. And for what I remember of Red Raptor Rights and Paleo Nerds reviews of Jurassic Fight Club, the T-Rex's head does have issues. But besides the head and arms, the rest of the body seems pretty darn good, especially for the time. So I won't be too mean to Jurassic Fight Club, and I'll at least give it B tier. A little extra for the nostalgia of the fight between it and like the two baby T-Rexes plus the adult against the Nano Tyrannus. Though ironically, if the Jurassic Fight Club Nano Tyrannus was in here, since I think everyone knows at this point, it was a Juvie T-Rex. I highly doubt Nano Tyrannus was really its own species. If they had it here, I probably would have put it up in S or A tier because it looks really darn close to what we think a subadult Tyrannosaurus Rex would have looked like. Plus the green and black striping, like the green coloring with black stripes, it looks really good. Plus, actually in the concept art of Nano Tyrannus, because I saw this fairly recently, it actually has the correct hand posture, which for some reason they didn't use in the actual documentary. But the concept art itself, it's pretty much picture perfect for a subadult T-Rex. So if they had it in this tier list, I probably would have put it up a lot higher than most people would have expected. Anyways, we have a huge plethora of Jurassic Park T-Rexes to go through. Actually, not. Hold on. Now we look and let's see. I want to do all the Jurassic Park franchise T-Rexes all together. So let's see. Rexy, the Buck and Doe, the Jurassic Park 3 T-Rex. Here we have Rexy from Jurassic World, Rexy from Fallen Kingdom, the Minion Rexy, Feathered Rexy from the Prologue, the T-Rex from Jurassic World Evolution 2. I think it's Jurassic World Evolution 1's T-Rex over here. And then we have Big Edie. Wait. No, I think, yeah, this should be Big Edie, and then this is Little Edie, her daughter. I'm going to say Clover. Hello there, Clover. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping by, and it is good to see you here, and I hope you are doing well. And JP3 Rex was named. I don't think that was the Buck, though. I can't wait. But I'm pretty sure, like, the Buck here from The Lost World is a distinct T-Rex from this guy here. And it wasn't Junior either. I'm pretty sure there was a rumor about that T-Rex being Junior, but I'm pretty sure they deconfirmed it a while ago. So I'm pretty sure, especially since this guy here clearly died, whereas the Buck and Doe, I was spoiled on this, they did show up at the very end of Jurassic World Dominion, so yeah, he's still here. And I'm pretty sure this, unless he came back to life, I'm pretty sure these two aren't the same. But yes. Anyways. So let's start with the classic Rexy. I mean, it's by far the most iconic of the T-Rex designs, especially in just general pop cultures. It's not scientifically accurate, obviously, but again, my golden rule is, if it's a movie, or like a game, or anything like that where education isn't the top priority, I'm perfectly fine with like any creative liberties people take with them. if it's a documentary where you're trying to teach people, that's a whole other story. But in terms of movie dino designs, Rexy is by far top tier. So you're going up here, Rexy. And I don't even need to like say like how much like it holds in terms of nostalgia. I'm pretty sure Rexy holds nostalgia for people, like anyone who has seen a Jurassic Park film. Well, with her in it, because she didn't show up in 2 or 3, but you know. Her scenes in the first movie, in Jurassic World, she didn't have too much screen time in Fallen Kingdom, but like, those 2 films. I can't word for like, the scenes that you see her in between like the fight with the Indominus, the fights with the Raptors at the end of the first movie, her chasing the Jeep, breaking out of the enclosure. Like, all that, you're never going to forget it after you've seen it. So she's definitely going up there. And yes, I think since all these designs are pretty much the same with some differences, well, I'll factor in the differences in their designs as well, but I also want to kind of change up their rankings based on like what I think of them individually. So now for the Buckendos. Hold on. So Clover says you're forgetting a Rex. You're forgetting 2 Rexes. I mean, there's a bunch of other T-Rexes down here as well, so maybe they're down there? Alright. Anyways, let's see. The Buckendo. I mean, they're... like, I can't word, but like... their main objective throughout this, the Lost World was simply just to to save their baby who got kidnapped by, I forgot who. It was like, just like the guys, working for InGen, who wanted to lure them in for the sole purpose of capturing them. I think one guy wanted to hunt one, but the main goal was like to capture them and bring them to San Diego for, I forgot his name. It was like John Hammond's successor to run a Jurassic Park there in San Diego, as opposed to Isla Nublar. And for that, I gotta commend them for being such caring parents. I feel bad that, that one guy, I think his name was Eddie, in the Lost World, who, like, he didn't do anything wrong, and he was trying to save, his friends from falling down a cliff. But these 2 did... I think they just kind of went up to him and then ate him. Like in, I do not know how to word it. It's like, that innocent guy, Eddie, he was part of the fairly infamous, I'd say, kind of like Lady and the Tramp kiss between these 2. I don't really call it like a kiss though, like they just kind of tore him apart into halves for each of them to eat. But yeah. I think I'll put the Buck a bit higher than his mates, because I did like at the very end, well, around the very end of the Lost World, where he gets that one, yeah, forgot it. I keep forgetting his name. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. I'll be back. Let's see. Jurassic Park, Lost World, main antagonist, please. What is this man's name? What is this? Oh, alright, Peter Ludlow. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I liked at the very end when Peter Ludlow got his leg broken by the Buck, biting into it. And instead of killing him outright, he lets Junior have a chance to learn how to hunt by killing him. And I think it was a cool idea. Plus, it's a little bit of payback to Peter Ludlow for kidnapping him. Plus, he was the one who broke Junior's leg in the original novel for The Lost World, and also in the script for The Lost World film in itself. Plus, I think there was also a cut ending where they would have done this exact same thing with the Buck feeding Ludlow to Junior, but they would have also done it on Isla Sorna with the mate watching as well. Alright, I think Ludlow and the one hunter guy that hold on. Give me a sec. Lost World, hunter guy. What was his name? Roland Tembo. Okay, I guess that's his name. Well, Roland is. I did like, there was this one specific video, where Clayton, I forgot the last name, but this guy named Clayton, they kind of like an audiobook kind of thing for this one segment for, it's either a rejected script for The Lost World, or it was in the novel for The Lost World. But either way, like, Ludlow and Roland, they were going out to hunt for the buck so they can bring it back to the to San Diego for the park. And I don't know if I want to keep like really go into too much detail, because there are a lot of T-Rex that we have to go through. But to sum it up, the buck quickly caught on to the fact that they were trying to hunt him, and at one point he hides behind them pretending to be a rock, and when their backs are turned to him, he starts to move, and he doesn't kill them straight away, but they feel him breathing down on their necks. And I'm trying to think like how to really word this, but like basically after a short while, as soon as the buck realizes that they've probably given up at this point, he just walks away. Roland, I remember earlier in the novel, I think he said a good hunter never really cares when, like, he's okay if an animal wins during a hunt. So he fully accepts the loss, but Ludlow instead tries to shoot the buck, and then he ends up getting killed. Well, not straight away. He gets taken away by the buck, by the leg, and then he gets fed to Junior there, with the doe watching. And I feel like that was a really cool scene that I wish got to be in the actual Lost World film. But to summarize, these two are awesome, but the buck definitely had quite a bit of I guess prominence in the novel. I'll put them actually up here in S tier. And plus, I mean, they're popular enough to get back into like Jurassic World Dominion, so you know. I kind of wish Junior was there with them though. I wish they included him in this tier list as well, but it seems like they're only including the adult T-Rexes primarily. So anyways, hold on, I see Clover said something in chat while I was going off on my tangent. You're forgetting two T-Rexes. You're forgetting the V-Rex and Mia. Yeah, this isn't my tier list specifically. It's a template that I found because I was considering making one, like a whole template for tier lists myself, but apparently for this website, you need to log in using Twitter to get, like, to be able to make a tier list. And the amount of stuff like the amount of permissions that they need from you it's sketchy. So I don't know if I want to risk losing my account for the sake of making a tier list. Making a tier list. So I didn't do that. But also, the V-Rex, it is close to a T-Rex, but I'm pretty sure, like, canonically, it is treated as like a separate species from T-Rex. So I guess if I did have the chance, I would probably still count it anyways, because it's a close enough Tyrannosaur with a really cool design, but I don't want to risk it with this website. I didn't know, sorry. It's alright, Clover. Maybe if I find a better website that doesn't need me to do all that, then it would be fine. Yeah, and I know the V-Rex isn't quite a T-Rex, but it is technically still a Rex, yeah. It is a Tyrannosaurid of some kind. Maybe we should do something with just Tyrannosaurids in general. We could bring in some Albertosaurus designs, Gorgosaurus, Daspletosaurus as well, Tarbosaurus, Zhucheng Tyrannus, even though it barely shows up in anything. I think that would be cool. No Rex left behind. Yes. All the kings of the dinos will be allowed in. Anyways, speaking of Rexes, next up we have this guy here from Jurassic Park 3. I'll put you over here. Okay, design-wise, he's not that bad. Like he's very similar to the Buck, but I mean he did not do a good job during his fight with the Spinosaurus. I mean, he didn't do awful, and I mean, I understand why they had the Spino kill a T-Rex, like, to make it look like the bigger, badder predator. Plus, I mean, he got a few good bites in, but it was still only not even 5 minutes worth of fighting. So, I'll be nice to him, put him above Jack here, but I don't know. Well, I highly doubt I don't want to call him like just Buck, because that's what I refer to this guy as, but I can call him like the other Buck. Spino is big and stronger. I mean, I guess in the Jurassic Park continuity, it is, but still, I feel like the T-Rex could have put a better fight. Like, he had youth on its side. Rexy, on the other hand, she's pretty old now, but she was still able to put up a pretty decent fight against the Indominus Rex all on her own. And the only help she needed was just to have Blue, like, kind of tear into the Indominus a bit and distract her. And then she was easily able to overpower her after that. The JP3 Rex, on the other hand, he got wrecked by the Spino. Yeah, well, without Blue, she would have died, but she didn't need like a significant amount of help to win. Like I don't know how to word it. Like, Blue's help was really, like, it did mean a lot, and it would have, like, Rexy would have died without it, but she didn't need, like, particularly strong help to give her the edge over the Indominus Rex. And I feel like if she was in her prime, like when she was still young, like back in the days of the first Jurassic Park movie, she probably might have had an edge over the Indominus. Well, at least that's my headcanon. Unless Colin Trevorrow says anything about it, I guess it kind of be up to opinions. Who helped Buck? She needed a lot of help. Debatably. Like, I guess if you count the Mosasaur, like, ending the fight rather quickly, yes, but at the same time, though, based on how things were going against the Indominus, even if the Mosasaur decided to wait a while before trying to eat the Indominus, Rexy and Blue would have been fine. And Rexy in her prime probably could have taken out the Indominus in that time. Well, in my opinion, it is debatable. And again, unless Colin Trevorrow says anything to confirm that or not, it's mostly just up to anyone's opinion about how strong each dino is. But anyways, speaking of Rexy, I'm gonna put her designs right next to, well, her, because I can't exactly like say Rexy is worse than Rexy or better than Rexy. It's all still her. And granted, her design has changed slight tidbits throughout the movies, but for the most part, she's still the same. I did remember, especially in the first movie during the scene where she kills a Gallimimus, you can see that Rexy actually had stripes as opposed to being, well, mostly completely mono brown. She had like dark blue stripes on her, which he seems to have lost in the Jurassic World films. But, I mean, you could chalk that down maybe to like, I can't word, but like, you could chalk that down to like maybe her becoming older and the brighter colorings she might have had when she was young, like they start to fade away a bit. But yeah. I see Don Creep says, is that Sauron in the second S tier position? This one? I don't know his name, but I would call the meme T-Rex suit Sauron. I think it's a cool name for him. Yep. I don't know. Actually, hold on. Is that actually what they call it, or I'm not sure. Saurons. I just noticed that one T-Rex suit that lots of people use in like skits and memes and stuff like that. Now apparently, from what I can see, it's just that one guy from Lord of the Rings. Oh, Soren from Primal Carnage. Hold on. Soren from Primal Carnage. Is he even in here, actually, now that I think about it? Okay, so that's... I think I found him. It's like... He's got... It's like yellowish with some purple stripes on him. Hold on. I don't think he's actually in here. Hold on. Huh. I don't think he is. That's a bit disappointing, but based on what I can see of his design, the color definitely sticks out. I'd say it fits well with like reconstructions of T-Rex from that time, so if I could, I would put him over in like A or B tier. But anyways, back to Rexy's. Like I said before, she's gone through quite a bit of changes from having blue stripes on her back to kind of losing them, but you could chalk that up to her getting older and like the stripes starting to fade away for whatever reason. I think people also said things like her overall looks, like in terms of head shape and other things, have changed from her look in the first movie, but it's not too noticeable to me, at least. Like, it doesn't bother me at all whenever I see Rexy. Rexy is still Rexy to me no matter what, and overall she always looks, she's got her overall like infamous look. She's still as intimidating and awesome of a T-Rex as ever. And I do like how, I believe in Dominion, they gave her the correct hand posture for scientifically accurate T-Rexes. I think that is a nice little change you can add to some dinos like that without like changing up them too much to the point they're unrecognizable. Like if they were to replace T-Rex's, like Rexy's normal look with a T-Rex like, say, the one from, like, something similar to Prehistoric Planet's T-Rex, that would be quite a bit weird for Jurassic Park fans, because it's just way too different, but like just changing up Rexy's hand posture, it's still the Rexy we all know and love. Plus, it's a tiny change that makes her more scientifically accurate, but also no one's really going to notice too much, so it's not going to bother anyone. I like that. And also there's Rexy here from the Dominion prologue. Was feathered. And as you all know, well, as most of you probably know at this point, I am a big fan of feathered Tyrannosauruses. I know nowadays it's no longer considered accurate, but I don't care. Plus, I mean, the scaly skin impressions we have of T-Rex, they are fairly small, so it's not entirely out of the question for T-Rex to have had feathers. And in the case of Dominion Prologue Rexy, it's still mostly like Rexy, where the feathers are restricted mainly to the top of her body, and even then, it's fairly light featherings. Like, it's nothing like, say, hold on, any heavily feathered T-Rexes? Okay, like, this guy over here from Dinosaur Island. It's not, or also Saurian over here. It's not significant featherings. Kinda similar to what most people think T-Rex would have been like nowadays. Like Prehistoric Planet's T-Rex over here. It looks mostly scaly, but if you were to see a more HD image of the Prehistoric Planet adult Rex, it has light filaments along its back and head. So like tiny hairs, not really hairs, but like what's left of the feathers it had when it was a chick. Before it shed them as it grew up. I think the Dominion Rex, its feathering is pretty close to that, and it's not too over the top, I guess. Like, considering what we may know of T-Rex feathering nowadays. So I think it's a pretty good design choice. Can't say the same about the other Mega Theropod that this version of Rexy fought with, Giganotosaurus. Anyways, here we have the T-Rex designs from the 2 Jurassic World Evolution films. I mean, the designs are pretty much the same as Rexy, without like any scars or anything like that, so I'll put them here too. but I do put the Evolution 2 model above the first game's model because, I mean, of course, it's the second game. They're going to have an updated version of the model. And I would have a lot of concerns if it looked worse than it did. I can't word, but I have a lot of concerns if it looked worse than it did in the first game. So next up we have Big Edie and Little Edie over here from Camp Cretaceous Season 4. And also Season 5 too, from what I remember, from what I know. Though I have yet to see it myself. I do like the dynamic they have between them, with Big Edie being a mother to Little Edie. I don't know what happened to the father of the family. It's possible that Big Edie might have reproduced asexually like Blue did to get Beta. But I have also heard people theorize that the Buck, well, the JP3 Buck, might have been Big Edie's mate before it got killed by the Spino. I have no idea if that's true or not, but it would be an interesting idea that kind of connects Camp Cretaceous to more of the Jurassic Park franchise. So, let's see. I still haven't seen much of Camp Cretaceous Season 4, at least. So I only know about Big Edie and Little Edie come from clips. But from those clips, I think I remember it started off with like Little Edie trying to chase the kids before Big Edie steps out of the trees, and then I don't remember exactly what they did, but it's like they started interacting with each other. I think it was just like light nuzzling from Big Edie for Little Edie. I don't remember exactly what's going on, but I think it was mostly just like her checking up on her daughter, making sure she's doing well. I also remember correctly from another clip. It was stated that Big Edie would always let her daughter Little Edie eat first. But in one particular instance, the guys at Manticorp were in control of the island that Big Edie and Little Edie lived on. They drugged the food so that they would become more aggressive and basically forced them to fight each other, with understandably the older of the two, Big Edie, overpowering Little Edie. And then I don't know if I can say it on Twitch, but like the weird stuff wore off, it did show that like Big Edie actually showed remorse for what happened, and she tried to take care of her daughter and like bring her food, and I think it's a nice details. Like showing these creatures with emotions as opposed to, like, they could have gone like extra dark if they wanted to for some reason, and like have her eat her injured daughter who can't help her hunt anymore, or something like that. I know they decided to show that like she does care about her daughter and went out of her way to bring her food. So I feel like I have too many T-Rexes in S tier, but I'll put you over at the top of A tiers. I'd say there's my slightly more favorite. Well, I don't know about slightly more favorite, but like they seem a bit more of a dynamic duo than Tinkerbell and Stumpy over here. At least for me, I have more familiarity with these two than Stumpy and Tinkerbell. Slightly. And then next we have this T-Rex design over here. I have no idea where it's from, but hold on. I keep missing messages from chat. See, Clover, you left the link for the video from earlier. I'll look at it at some point later. And I see, Chiku, I probably mispronounced that horribly, but, have fun. I already am. Thank you. And I hope that you're having a good day today and that you enjoyed today's stream. And thanks for stopping by. And I hope that you were doing well. Alright. I like the green as per usual, with some lighter yellowish or lime green kind of coloring at the bottom from what I can see. And it's got kind of like crocodilian like scoots at the top, which I'm pretty sure this is from a game, so I like that detail. The head looks a bit goofy to me though. Arms they look weirdly long compared to the rest of the body. It definitely doesn't look as bad as the Warpath T-Rex or Fossil Fighters Frontier Rex, but I'm gonna have to put you over in D tier, buddy. Sorry. And then there's this T-Rex here from... It looks to be a pretty old movie. I don't know if I can really say too much about it, but what I can say is I do have a bit of a soft spot for like the old reconstructions of dinosaurs from the old days, like this. Like, it's a bit goofy, but it's got its own special charm, especially for the time when we didn't know that much about dinosaurs. I think I'll put you over in B tier, in front of the Jurassic Fight Club T-Rex, but behind the Clash of Dinosaurs one. Then we have this T-Rex here from... Let's see. Yeah, this one here was... Yeah, this one was the Ark T-Rex. So this one is the one from the Land of the Lost. That I thought this one was earlier. I haven't seen the entirety of that film though, so I really don't know. The sign in of itself though does look pretty cool. I like the little spikes it's got on his back, like extra sharp osteoderms. Got a bit kind of like a lightish blue to it. Actually, I do remember this one clip I think I saw of like it chasing after some humans, but after a ravine kind of separated them, they started mocking this T-Rex for not being able to jump over before it proceeds to jump clear over the ravine and right to where they were, which was awesome. So for that, buddy, even though I barely know you, top B tier. And then we have Primal Carnage T-Rex. I mean, it definitely goes more towards, like, the Jurassic... It goes very similar to, like, Jurassic Park T-Rex kind of overall design. And it's a game, so I don't mind it. And it does look really, really good. Like, it's got it's mainly colored red, with, I guess, highlights of black on it. Plus a little bit of orange around the snout. It definitely looks nice. I would say it's pretty, like, yeah, I'd say it's pretty iconic in terms of T-Rex designs. Like, you're not going to even put next to other like T-Rexes based around the JP3, the Jurassic Park T-Rexes, plus the Jurassic Park T-Rexes themselves. You aren't going to confuse Primal Carnage's Rex for any of them. Like it's based pretty similarly around like where like their overall looks, but it's changed enough so you can't like it stands out amongst the other T-Rex designs. So I'll put you in A tier over here. And then next we have the Prehistoric Kingdom T-Rexes. Specifically 5 different skins of them. And as for these designs, I mean, they're from Prehistoric Kingdom. Like I said before, I don't need games to be scientifically accurate, but this game went far and beyond to have scientifically accurate dinos, and the results were more than satisfactory. They got the right eyebrow ridges, the arms are in the correct posture, they're as muscly as they should be, as they would have been in real life. Basically, everything is up to code with, I guess, modern day knowledge of T-Rexes. As far as we know, because, I mean, with paleontology, you never know when a random paper is going to be published and released that completely changes what we know of any one particular dino. But as scientific knowledge currently stands, these guys have very solid designs, but in terms of going for scientific accuracy. As for the skins themselves, I'm going to put the only one that's feathered right on top over here in S tier, because I have favoritism towards feathered Rexes. Plus the black coloring with little highlights of blue. It stands out quite a bit from the others. And plus there's a T-Rex design that I actually drew a while back. Although like I didn't make it, but like I drew some art based around this particular design. And as for the others, I think I like this kind of darker orange one slightly more than the others. I'll put you right over here. The rest though, I think they would go down to bottom, like top A tiers. Look, the models themselves look really good, but I feel like the coloring is a bit lackluster, and they could do a bit more with this. This one looks... I want to put him up in S tier 2 though. I'll put this one over here. Now I'll leave them like this for now. They're gonna sit at top A tier, but S tier is for the feathered Rex with a very cool coloring, and this Rex with a coloring that I will say doesn't look as cool to me as this, but it really pops out compared to the others, at least. As for the others, I don't know what I would like suggest, but with an amazing model like this, there's definitely a lot of colorings that kinds of colorings that are going to look good with it. So if Prehistoric Kingdom has more skins out there for T-Rexes, hopefully some of them would look S tier that just weren't put in here. Or then again, if these are the only ones still currently available, the game is still in early access mode, so I guess if they wish to do so, they have time to like update some of the skins and like give them some colorings that really pop out. But anyways, next up we have the prehistoric planet. Prehistoric planet T-Rex is right here, but like the ones where the next one that's up is Prehistoric Park, and then it's Prehistoric Planet. So here for the Prehistoric Park T-Rexes, from probably my favorite show with Nigel Marven. It was a pretty big icon in my childhood, and he's still a pretty cool guy that I like to catch up on, like see what he's doing nowadays. Oh, hold on. Pardon me. We have a bot that needs to be removed. Say ban the bot. The dino doesn't like robots in his stream, unless they're nice robots. Get them out of here. Get them. Anyways, I mean, the two T-Rexes in particular, Terrence and Matilda, they held up quite a bit of like nostalgic value to me, being two young T-Rexes that they watched as their mother got killed by a male T-Rex that was fighting with her over an ornithomimus carcass. And like right after that happened, pretty much, the meteor hits, and they would have died if it weren't for Nigel Marven going back in time and bringing them to the safety of the present, where they got to live the rest of their lives in Prehistoric Park. And even just like during their childhood, when they fought over meat, I remember that Matilda had always been like dominant over Terrence. Like she would be the first one to eat, while Terrence kind of had to wait for it before he got his turn to eat. And then it has a bit of a payoff later on throughout this series when they become adults and they actually get into some pretty serious territorial fights, which the Prehistoric Park staff have to try and stop. And in one instance, I remember Terrence, he had a pretty serious bite from Matilda on his neck, and they actually showed like the medical staff for Prehistoric Park working on him and like giving him surgery, and they used an animatronic for him, which looked pretty darn good for the time. And then later on, they had to put up a fence in the middle of the T-Rex enclosure, so like they wouldn't fight, but they would still have enough space for each to live in. Plus, I did love that one scene in the very last episode where Matilda escaped along with some of the other prehistoric fauna in Prehistoric Park. I remember she was chasing after the elephant herd that the mammoth was living with. Almost got to the elephant calf before that one mammoth stepped in to confront her. And then as they were kind of, I want to say duking it out, but not really, because it was mostly Matilda trying to bite at the baby elephant while the mammoth was like waving her tusk and trunk at her, like trying to shoo her away. And then I remember it led to Matilda seeing Nigel Marven trying to like divert her away from the elephants. And I thought they were pretty cool chase scene that almost resulted in Matilda getting attacked and eaten by the Deinosuchus that he caught during that very episode. And yeah, eventually she got returned to her old habitat, and these T-Rexes, just in general, in terms of nostalgia, they hold quite a bit of value for me. In terms of the designs themselves, I mean, looking at them, You remember what I said about shrink wrapping a while back? Yeah, that definitely hit these guys pretty hard. Like, they are incredibly skinny when, like, especially since they're right next to the more scientifically accurate and much bulkier prehistoric planet T-Rex. The guys here in Prehistoric Park, they need a bit more meat on their bones. I don't remember exactly what their arm posture was like. I feel like it's technically like a pretty sci-fi kind of TV show. So we could give it a little bit of leeway in terms of scientific accuracy, but it also does kind of try to, like, it's also supposed to kind of be a documentary, because education is one of the main things that they do when they learn about, like, when they're observing the animals before they bring them to Prehistoric Park. And even during prehistoric, like in the modern times, when they show the staff taking care of the animals in Prehistoric Park, they do bring in like drop in some trivia for each animal. I feel like I should do a bit of focus on scientific accuracy, but not too much. I'll give it a little bit of leeway, but I do want to point it out when I can. So besides, like, not having enough bulk, the eyebrow ridges, they don't look like what we have nowadays, but that's because this was from a show from a much earlier time, several years ago. So for that time, I'd say those they look fine, and they do stand out quite a bit, but possibly a bit too much, because the eyebrow ridges look a bit too large, to the point that it kind of looks almost identical to the Albertosaurus that showed up in the Deinosuchus episode of Prehistoric Park. And it kind of makes sense that they should look similar, but usually Albertosaurians are portrayed with, like, significantly larger head crests. Well, not head crests, but, like, eyebrow ridges / crests than what most Tyrannosaurids would have had. It still looks fairly cool though, but besides that, the T-Rex design is a bit outdated, but I still love it, so I'll be nice to it and give it a solid B tier. Or maybe no, alright. I'll be fair and put it at bottom B tier. And then we go straight to having a new S tier here for Prehistoric Planets T-Rex. I'll put it behind R.G. Palmer's Rex because I guess it doesn't have as much of a dynamic kind of coloring as that T-Rex does, but it still looks just amazing. In terms of scientific accuracy, much like the Prehistoric Kingdom T-Rexes, it's pretty much perfect in terms of anatomy. The eyebrow ridges, the hand posture, how muscular it's supposed to be, overall shape of the skull. Everything seems up to code, and again, like I said earlier, the adults have little bits of filaments on their backs and head, which is not quite feathering, but I mean it's enough for me to like give it a little extra bit of favoritism, being a feathered T-Rex fan. Plus the youngsters are fully feathered, and I like the bright colorings they had for their featherings. As for the adults, overall it's a bit duller in color, but it's got rather nice counter shading. And overall, I do like the pattern it's got on his skin. It's got, like with lots of speckles around the face. Kind of leopardish kind of coloring up around like its size. Well, I don't know about leopardish, but it's got lots of darker colored spots on it. And especially in the documentary itself. Prehistoric Planet treats their T-Rex exactly like how real animals probably would have behaved. Like avoiding fights when they can. Taking care of their young, technically. I don't feel like Hank was quite as good of a parent as like the trailer made him out to be. But he does a serviceable job as a realistic creature. And to summarize what I meant by that just now, in the sneak peek for Prehistoric Planet, at around the very end when they reveal him, they explicitly say that, like, the T-Rex was one of the most dangerous predators of all time, but for today, he's just being a father. But in the episode where he shows up with his youngsters, he swims with them all the way to an uncharted island to eat a dead sea turtle. And when one of his young get eaten by a mosasaurus, I think it's like a Hobsbawm mosasaur, he does look back, but it doesn't. It's because it's a real life animal, probably, like basing it off real animal behavior, but I feel like part of me wanted to see him like kind of be a bit more mournful that he lost one of his kids, but you know, animals don't quite always behave that way in real life. And then when they finally find a sea turtle that he made the kids swim all the way to the island to find, he doesn't share any of it with the youngsters. They do get the chance to hunt baby sea turtles on the shore while the dad eats the fully grown dead turtle, but part of me does kind of wish that he would have, like, regurgitated a tiny bit of meat for the youngsters to eat. Or he could have, like, torn off a small piece from the turtle directly and then, like, thrown it over to the youngsters. But at the same time, though, it is possible, like, just, like, giving them just handouts might not have been good for them in the long run, and it would have been better to have them learn how to hunt while they can. While there were a bunch of baby sea turtles hatching and making their way to the ocean. That's just me. Anyways, here we have another T-Rex design that I am not at all familiar with. I think it's got feathering on it, but overall coloring is quite a bit odd. It's quite a bit. Very brightish red with some creamer coloring at the bottom. It's got counter shading going for it. But it's heavily shrink wrapped, and I really don't know much about this guy. He has very extra long and also very skinny arms in general. Kind of uncanny. I think I'll have to put you over here in D tier, buddy. I'm sorry. Alright, but next, here we have a fairly new star to the world of T-Rexes from TV shows, Fang from Primal on Adult Swim. Let's see. Oh, hold on. I see Max is in chat. Hello, hey Dino. Hello there, Max. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping by. It is good to see you here. Hope you're doing well, and I hope that you're having an amazing day, and that you enjoyed your time here on stream. Right now we are we're playing. Well, not we're ranking various different T-Rex designs from all kinds of dinosaur-related media. I'd say we're more than halfway through now, and right now we are working on Fang from Primeval. Well, from Primal. Over on Adult Swim. And I gotta say, I had a very good first impression on Fang when I watched the first episode. I unfortunately haven't really seen too much of this series. I don't know why. The website the Dino Pirate goes on to see shows like Primal. Primal is there, and I have access to watch the episodes, but for some reason I've never gotten around to seeing it. But the rest of season 1. I don't know why, because the first 5 episodes, they had me hooked for quite a bit. I don't know, maybe it's possible that the gore might have been too much for me back then, or... Well, especially that one weird episode with, the zombie, sauropod. That was some nightmare fuel. But, yeah. Fang herself, she left a pretty darn good impression, on the first episode, where basically right after we saw, Spear, I think his name was, we saw his family get killed by these other T-Rexes that had horns for some reason. I'm not sure why they had that, but not long after, he sees Fang, for some reason fishing. Yeah, I don't remember why they did that, but instead of having her hunt another dinosaur, but he saw her go into a river, catch a bunch of fish, and I'm pretty sure he had the intention to try and kill Fang, but when he followed her into a cave that she was going into, he immediately saw that she had a family as well. 2 adorable baby T-Rexes that I don't want to talk about what happened to them, but I kind of like they have a similar backstory where they both had a family before the weird red horned Tyrannosauruses all come in and, especially there's one particularly large one that showed up at the very end of the first episode that Fang and Spear kill together. And before that, we did get to see how strong of a creature she was, which does tie into the rest of the series, since she's kind of like the main powerhouse to help Spear out during fights. She, against 3 other Tyrannosauruses, she did amazingly well. She did tail whips on some of them. I think on one Rex, she bit it on his snout, and then, a real T-Rex would, because we know T-Rexes did a lot of facial biting whenever they fought. But Fang took it to another level by proceeding to tear off the front of that other T-Rex's snout. I think the other 2 were taken out with, I think, either by Spear or they worked together on one of them. Spear, with his namesake, he threw a spear straight through one's chest and killed that one. But I remember there were 3. Spear killed that one. Fang took the snout off another one. There was a 3rd one as well. I don't know what happened to that one. And then they both worked together to fight a 4th red T-Rex that showed up. That was way bigger than they were. Even Fang was. Hold on, I'm missing a bunch of messages in chat again. Solid Snook says, dang, that is a lot of Rexes indeed. a whole army of Rexes at my side. And Thanos looks this, yeah, at least they added a parallel to the caveman since both Spear and Fang now, like, they had happy lives with a family of their own before tragedy struck, and they worked together to get revenge after the first episode. And I did like also that in some of the episodes afterwards, or possibly just the second one, it did show that, like, right after that, when they didn't really have much, like, keeping them together, like, revenge, like, they still stuck around each other, but they were also kind of, like, annoyances to each other. Like, I don't remember exactly, since it's been a while since I saw that, but they weren't quite, like, the ultimate duo that I feel like they became later on in the series. They're still rather kind of unfriendly to each other. But yes. Well, actually, I was gonna say in spite of the fact that she never talks, but, like, no one in this series really talks. Not even Spears. Like, that's kind of one of the good things about this show. Even though no one ever talks, some of these characters can still get fleshed out with, like, really good personalities, even without any dialogue. Especially between Spear and Fang. And it turns out, because I haven't really mentioned her design much, I do like her, like, her mainly bluish coloring with darker blue stripes on her. I do normally like seeing dinosaurs with counter shading, because I don't know if I'm used to seeing it or it's just generally, like, visually appealing to me, but I don't really mind that Fang doesn't have it. I think the overall, like, all the blue that she has already looks really darn good on its own. And I do like the extra large tooth that she has here that was probably her namesake, Fangs. And again, she's quite a badass in her series, considering the kind of fights that she has been in the past, where odds would have normally been stacked way too heavily against a normal T-Rex. So I would, but I don't know, but would I put Fang in S tier? I would put Fang, I think high A tier. Maybe I would have put her in S tier if I watched more of the show and really got to know what she's like, but for the most part, I really have clips and also, like, the first few episodes really to go off of. Plus, also technically reviews of some of the other episodes. I don't know why I watched those without watching the actual episodes themselves, but I did for some reason. Mainly by Altiori. Alright. Next. Ooh, we have 3 T-Rex designs from Saurian. Let's see. Well, I mean, it's feathered T-Rexes. They are going straight on up here. Actually, this one maybe. I mean, I do like the black feathered coloring with kind of like gold, yeah, like the goldish coloring on top of the snout and kind of in the feathers as well. It looks nice. Plus the reddish, like the reddish bit over on where the throat is. Looks pretty neat. And having arm feathers as well is an interesting touch. Like, normally I don't really see feathers be like this on a T-Rex. Normally it's just like on the backs and stuff like that. Not do people usually portray them with like the feathers going all the way down to where the arms are and then going on the arms themselves? So for that, yeah, I think it's a solid A tier. I'll put this one above it though, because even though it's not the most, it's not as dynamic in terms of coloring, I still kind of prefer this one more. Kind of because I think I like how its coloring is still pretty dynamic, like really stands out, but it's able to do that while also looking more realistic in terms of colorings. And I see Solid Snook says the baby version is cute. Ooh, that is true. I remember seeing that Saurian recently added growth stages to T-Rex. Well, they had growth stages for the other dinosaurs they had as well, like Dakotaraptor and Triceratops, but I also really like seeing the growth stages they had for T-Rex. And also, it was cool seeing like how gradually it changed from subadults to T-Rex, like fully grown T-Rexes as well. Like, I think they did a pretty good job showing what the growth spurt from teenage Rex to fully grown adult would have been like. What it's like looked like. And here's the newest scientifically accurate version of the T-Rex they have now. I'll put it behind the other two though, because it is scientifically accurate. And I do love it, but my feathered T-Rex nostalgia / bias is telling me to put these two above it. I might put it above this one, but this feathered version of the Saurian T-Rex has gotta stay on top, in my opinion. I love it too much. T-Rex isn't out yet, but I love this version. Same. I've been wanting to play Saurian for a while now, but based on like what I've seen of the Gaming Beaver playing it a while back, the AI isn't the best, and sometimes the game itself can be a bit glitchy at times, but I'm hoping that later down the line, well, especially since I haven't been keeping up too much with it in terms of general news, maybe things like the AI are going to get better, and it might eventually become as high quality as likes of Path of Titans, The Isle, Enerva, and some of the other dinosaur simulator kind of games. That would be awesome. Speaking of which, I've really wanted to play Path of Titans for the longest time, but I mean, I think it's worth trying to play it on this laptop. Like, it's able to run Genshin pretty well, and Jurassic World Evolution too. But the game I think is like $30, so I mean, I might wait a while until there's like a save or like a sale, or maybe some of the money I might get if I choose to become a Twitch affiliate, I'll save it up to get Path of Titans later down the line. Should have added it. They should have. It'll add growth stages like Juvie Rexes, and it would add more danger. Now we still have the books. And I like how eventually they're going to add an Oviraptor that will be playable. Well, I guess you mean Oviraptorid. Like, I think it's called like Anzu somethings. I'm pretty sure that's the Hell Creek Oviraptorid. Anzu somethings. Hold on, let me see. Got the loading screen. Let me see. Anzu. I spelled it wrong. Anzu Wailelis. That's apparently its name. Hold on, also based on just hold on. Yeah, Anzu Waileli. Based on the art we have of it from Soren, it looks pretty darn good, and I hope to see quite a bit more of it in the future. Ooh, and I don't know if they're going to go full on, like, go through with this, but this art here, I don't know if you guys can actually see it or not, but it has a sexual dimorphism, with the male being brighter colored and a lot larger than the females. And look, I think they're nice details. Yeah, I looked at it from my phone, it was cut off, but you can go look it up yourself if you wish to see it. I love how big it is as well. Agreed. I think Anzu, I don't think it was like quite on like Gigantoraptor levels of large, but I'm pretty sure it was quite big for an Oviraptorid. Anyways, speaking of dinosaur simulator games, I suppose, I'm going to skip one eye over here and instead look at the two T-Rexes from the Isle, being the T-Rex and the Hyporex. So let's see. I think the eyebrow ridges they're more similar to like classic T-Rexes than the modern day T-Rexes we know, scientifically accurate T-Rexes we know of nowadays, which kind of look a bit more like horns. These are still they're satisfactory though. From what I remember of the game, and actually look at this guy here, they are quite muscular. I don't know if they're quite as bulky as the T-Rexes would have been in real life, but I'd say satisfactory. And from what I can see, the arms are in the correct posture, which is nice details. So I'll safely put you up in A tier, and the Hyporex, I really love its like the green coloring it's got. I'll put you up a little higher than your buddy over here. Maybe not above Fang, but like above Big Edie, Little Edie, Stumpy, and Tinkerbell, the Primal Carnage Rex, and Fossil Fighters Rex. Yeah, imagine seeing that thing in the forest. It would be an amazing animal to see. And because of how bright the coloring is, I want to see what like a mating dance would look like. Like seeing a creature that large like doing like a silly dance to show off the females. Birds nowadays, they have very interesting kind of mating dances, so the kind of things that dinosaurs could have done, it would have been really interesting to see. Alright, another thing about Oviraptor is that Oviraptor almost got into Dominion, but don't worry, it will be added into the Dominion's extended version. Okay, that's good to hear. If they had it in the prologue only for it to not show up in the rest of the movie, that would just be like, no. Okay, that's just cruel. I will say though that, like, even in the prologue, it was a bit inaccurate. Like, they did give it feathers, but they had it raiding nests from another dinosaur, which, if you know the real story of Oviraptor and the holotype specimens particularly, and that's it, seeing it like portrayed attacking other dinosaurs' nests, it leaves a bad taste in my mouth. I generally do not like seeing stuff like that after learning about like what Overraptor would have really been like. And actually, yeah, we did see that in Dinosaur Revolution of like mating dances. I think with Gigantoraptor. Seeing it in Prehistoric Planet dancing would have been nice. True. They did show an Overraptor raid, I think Corythoraptor, before it got hunted down by a Quianzalosaurus. I don't know if I pronounced the name correctly. It's the Pinocchio Rex. Or at least what lots of people call it, the Pinocchio Rex, but I like calling... But what... I typically pronounce it as Quianzalosaurus. It might be wrong, but... Pinocchio Rex works too. It's a nice little nickname for it. And I will, if they do decide to make a season 2 for Prehistoric Planet, which I really hope they do, I would love to see some more Overraptorids. Maybe he just wants a snack. Oh, and I see. Hello there, Clover. Welcome back. Hope you are doing good today. Well, I asked that probably, but it's good to see you here again. Right now, we are still continuing work on ranking T-Rex designs. Oh, no, I remember when they were, oh yeah, Tyrus Denotes was in the Walking with Dinosaurs movie, wasn't it? And they made that really cringy joke about how his name is hard to pronounce. They should be glad that Patchy never ran into, like, a Micropachycephalosaurus or Oostreptospondylus. Or this one sauropod whose name starts with an O, but his name is like just impossible to pronounce. From what I remember, it's like Usteptopesta Claudia or something like that for its name. I probably messed that name up horribly, but yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, and that scene always stuck me out to be a terrible one, but Benjamin Cumberbatch's version fixed it. That's good to hear. I do remember that he narrated the Cretaceous Cut, I think, was what that version of the film was called, or it might have been another one that was ironically called Prehistoric Planet. I believe so. Clover never left. Sorry about that. But I can't work. I guess it's just good to hear from you in chat again. I don't know how to word. But anyways, Benjamin's joke was much funnier, actually, well, much better and actually funny. But there's not saying much in that movie. Yeah, you can make all kinds of jokes, and I'd say 99% of them would automatically be better than anything in Walking with Dinosaurs 3D. At least like in the main like cinematic release. Some of the other ones that got rid of the terrible voiceovers, some of those are good. Like those versions are good, but I don't know if like any of them had any particularly good jokes. Benjamin is a very good narrator. Like imagine I can't word. It's like imagine having a career where two of your like arguably best achievements was being a very powerful wizard that saved the universe, and also being a narrator that saved the arguably terrible piece of paleo media. I would say terrible, like, mainly for the cinematic cut, but the film in and of itself, without the voiceovers, I'd say it's quite a gem. It just got horribly tainted by, I think Fox Fox Studio executives who thought that kids wouldn't like it because, like, they need something to relate to, and that's why they put in voiceovers. Even though I think I was like 11 or so when the movie came out, and I desperately wanted them to stop talking and just have it be like a silent film, or at least a documentary. But yeah. They should have just re-released that in theaters. It could have even made a sequel. Possibly could have. And then we could have had a real spiritual success. Well, we could have had a real successor to the Walking with Dinosaurs documentary series. Plus side though, we did get a spiritual successor in the form of Prehistoric Planet, which is better. I would say it's better than Walking with Dinosaurs 3D, even without the voiceovers. I mean, it's kind of an unfair advantage considering, like, they aren't tied to one species of dinosaur. Plus, they had more years of research and research and published papers to make their dinos more scientifically accurate, but still. Yeah, I was like that age as well, but I actually liked it a lot. I mean, I can see how kids might have liked it, but it really could have been better, and arguably I feel like even with the dinosaurs being silent, kids would have enjoyed it quite a bit. I mean, I'm pretty sure there weren't any kids that were like upset during the beginning of Disney's Dinosaurs opening. Like up to the point where Aladar's egg fell onto Lemur Island. I feel like a lot of kids were enjoying seeing like that opening where everything was like without dialogue. I know when I was younger, I absolutely loved it. Looking back now, Disney's Dinosaurs is the superior film. True. And ironically, Disney's Dinosaur is better than Pixar's Good Dinosaur. Like, it has good in the name, and yet I think it's the first film, if I remember correctly, it was the first film that actually caused Pixar and Disney to lose money. Like, but I'm not entirely sure, but I'm pretty, like, counting for the budget of the film plus marketing and everything, the profits they got didn't make the money back, which is very disappointing. But at the same time, though, The Good Dinosaur, it really could have been better. Like, the backgrounds they're stellar as always for Pixar films, but the designs themselves. The asteroid theme, though, was pretty good. And also, what you said about the Carno scared me, apparently. I mean, I don't know any kids who weren't scared of the Carno back then. They did a really good job of making it a terrifying new carnivorous dinosaur to be afraid of. Despite Carno not having as much recognition as like the Tyrannosaurus, Velociraptor, or like Allosaurus, that first impression was enough to really scare a lot of kids, I'd say. Like, Disney's Dinosaurs Carno, I'd arguably say is probably one of the best Carnotauruses from pop culture media. Well, I say one of the best. Like, Jurassic World's Carno is pretty good. I don't know if it had quite as much, I guess, of the intimidation factor as the Disney's Dinosaur Carno, because in Fallen Kingdom it was mostly there to be Rexy's punching bag, but in Jurassic World, it was mostly there to be Rexy's friend. And Jurassic World, it was mostly there to be Rexy's punching bag, but in Fallen Kingdom, it was mostly there to be Rexy's punching bag, but in Jurassic World, it was mostly there to be Rexy's punching bag, but in Fallen Kingdom, it was mostly there to be Rexy's punching bag, but in Jurassic World, it was mostly there to be Rexy's punching bag, but in Fallen Kingdom, it was mostly there to be Rexy's punching bag, but in Jurassic World, it was mostly there to be Rexy's punching bag, but in Fallen Kingdom, it was mostly there to be Rexy's punching bag, but in Jurassic World, it was mostly there to be Rexy's punching bag, but in Fallen Kingdom, it was mostly there to be Rexy's punching bag, but in Jurassic World, it was mostly there to be Rexy's punching bag, And like Camp Cretaceous, Tora was honestly quite terrifying. And yeah, the Pycnofiber of Pteranodon slash Geosternbergia. Yep, and the Velociraptor was like 80% accurate anatomy. I did love that as well about Disney's dinosaurs, Velociraptors. Like they weren't, like they were kept at like, I'd say at least around their normal, like their real life size. Like they weren't super, they definitely didn't look human sized compared to, like Aladar at least. I think their hands were in the correct posture. And I like that they did show a bit of sexual dimorphism with the males having a bit of blue on them, whereas the females were completely brown. The skull shape looked really good. The only issue they had was, like, no feathers, really, but from what I heard, they were going to add feathers. Like, they had Pycnofibers for the Pteranodon slash Geosternbergia, so I would be very confused if they didn't plan to give them feathers, but apparently I think it was due to budgets that they couldn't do that. Though granted, I did look up not too long ago, I tried looking at some concept art of them, and the feathers still would have looked, even with the feathers, they would have been a bit off, since it would have been rather light, kind of downy looking feathering with, I don't know the word for it. Like quite a bit of it, like on the arms at least, but, and like on the head I think, from what I remember, but like not much on like the tail or anything, whereas nowadays we know they would have had like, odds are they would have had very well developed feathers all around them. Feathers that, arm feathers that would have gone over the fingers, whereas like unlike just kind of stopping at where the wrist is, which happens sometimes in art. And they would have had rather large tail feathers at the very end. But even still, for its time, it would have been very scientifically accurate, and if they added feathers, it probably would have been the best Velociraptor design, like, absolutely of its time. And the only thing people would be saying about it nowadays is that it was just unfortunate they gave it the wrong kind of feathering, but otherwise everything is perfectly fine. I think that the eye crest they gave it might have also been a bit much, but I mean, eye crests, like prominent large eye crests, aren't uncommon in theropods. Plus, it's a nice way to like have it stick out from other Velociraptor designs. Yeah, it was funny he said that it preceded the Lost World Jurassic Park. That's for a year. I feel like, honestly, between like the atrocious like production that the movie went through, the release of the Jurassic Park films, I definitely feel like that might have had an impact on Disney's production of their film. Because there's a new dinosaur movie out that lots of people love, so they need to like kind of rearrange things and try to make sure that their movie can top Jurassic Park, and they suffice to say that they didn't succeed in doing that. But overall, I did like Disney's dinosaur. It's satisfactory. I do get a bit sad whenever I look at like concept art and like rejected scripts and seeing what it could have been for the time, but it was still really darn good. Oh, and I see for some reason the alert box didn't go off, but Thank you, Commander Zendar, for the raid just now, and the host. I appreciate the support. It is good to see you here, and I hope that you are doing well, my friend. And thank you for stopping by today. Insert raid message. How's the dino doing? The dino is doing very good. Thank you for asking. And let's put in your shoutout command in chat. Here we go. And I see just now that you were playing Call of Duty Black Ops 3. Very interesting. And I hope you had a good time there, and that you have a good time here at my stream as well. And I've never actually played Call of Duty before, but I hope you had a good time playing that game. So was killing zombies with the boys. Very nice. So right now, I mean, we were supposed to be ranking T-Rex designs, but I've also kind of been going off on a tangent talking about other dinosaur movies, but I mean, it's fun, so it's alright. Plus, I was probably going to have to do an adventure checkpoint on Twitter anyway, so why not take as much time with this as I can? Yeah, trying to build the magic staffs and got stepped on by a giant mech. Wait. Sorry to hear that, but hopefully you overcame that. Or at least, hopefully you get payback next time around when you play the game next time. And also, Solid Snook earlier in chat for what it is great indeed. Disney's Dinosaur was a pretty good film overall. Not counting all the what it could have been, but just focusing on what it is. It's satisfactory. And then next up we have It was funny in all fairness. Okay, that's good. At least hold on. Yeah, Disney's Dinosaur was real nice. Part of me does wish it could have staged this silent film kind of route that I was going for in the at the very beginning of the film, but it works. If only they could get rid of some of the lemurs though, specifically the one yellow lemur. I did not like him very much. I get what they were trying to go for, just in general, most kids' films have at least one character that's mainly there for comedic relief, but he came across as just kind of obnoxious, in my opinion. At least for me. The others are fine though. At least the mother lemur. And what she says to not Kron, but Bhutan in the cave scene. Yeah, the mother lemur, when she was trying to help heal him, and when she was talking to him about hope and how it can bring people much farther than just physical strength alone. That was really good. I see. Solid Snook says, "Now I like the message. Okay, yeet the love monkey. Yeah, get him out of here. But keep Yar, and definitely keep her scene with Bruton, because they somehow turned Bruton from just what felt like to me is just a typical just very serious, just a constantly angry, I guess, henchman / second in command to another jerk, being Kron. They actually managed to give him quite a bit of character development shortly before his death, trying to save everyone from the Carnotauruses. Oh wait, Yar is the dad. Oh, never mind. I meant the mom. But Yar is pretty cool too, I guess. He's a bit funny. Yeah, he has weird facial designs. I mean, they could get rid of like some of the jokes they had with him and Baby Iguanodons, both at around the beginning of the film, plus at the very end. They didn't need to do that to him. Yeah. I didn't like that. Everything else that he was in, I guess, all the other scenes that had him, they were fine. But that was definitely a joke that didn't really need a payoff at the end. Or it didn't need to exist, in my opinion. Anyways, I see Rendering Warriors in chat. Hey, Tamino, hello there, Rending. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping by. It is good to see you, and I hope that you are doing well. And thank you for stopping by the stream today. Right now, we're just rambling on about some dinosaur movies while also ranking some T-Rex designs from various different pieces of dinosaur-related media. And it's been going pretty well so far, and I hope that you are having a good day as well. So right now, actually, before I forget, right now, we have this guy over here who I do not know, but it looks to be a feathered T-Rex. The rest of the body seems to be heavily based off a Jurassic Park T-Rex, instead of being mostly grayish, with some lighter grays at the bottom. Doesn't look too bad. So it could look better though. Because I like feathered T-Rexes, you're gonna go above C tier, but bottom B tier is the best I can give you, buddy. See, Solid Snook says, yeah, it is too bad that he died because Bruton could have been a fully redeemed, and there would have been quite. That is true. It would have been wholesome to see him go from, like, going with the survival of the fittest mindset that Kron has to now living life, like, just surviving by being hopeful and, like, taking care of others, as opposed to just focusing on brute strength. If you're weak, let him die. It would have been nice to see, like, him change, and also see, like, the other dinosaurs' reaction to that, like, members of the herd who used to be, like kind of forced by him and Kron to keep moving, keep up with the herd, or you get left behind, and seeing him actually, like, care for the others. I think that would have been quite nice. Same thing for Kron as well, actually. So, I mean, it is possible, like, based on, like, how he was, like, he attacked Aladar at around the very end. He might have been a little too far down, or, like, he might have gone a little too far for, like believable redemption, but it would have been cool to see them try that at least. Like, maybe instead of him attacking Aladar successfully convinces him to lead the herd to the new way to get to the breeding, the nesting grounds. Because that's the main thing he was upset about Aladar for, like, trying to take the herd away from him in his eyes. If Aladar just convinced Kron, like, to trust him and then go to the new, like, use the new routes, things could have been fine. But his ego kind of got in the way. Anonymous messages from Rendering. Hey, is Grimlock on the list? I am not sure if he is. I think you mean Grimlock as, like, the one T-Rex, like, transformer from the Age of the Extinction. I don't think he's in this one. But if I could put him on a ranking, his design is pretty cool, so I'd say around A tier. I don't know what else I can't give him any other points than that, because I haven't watched the films before. I'm still glad that the route that they decided to take, because for once he does feel fulfilled. It's true. Kron's reaction could be satisfying, like oh, that is true. Like seeing Bruton like not obeying Kron. That would be pretty satisfying to see his reaction to that. Especially at the like during that one scene where Bruton, after being attacked by a Carnotaurus, like he himself for once gets to feel what it's like to be treated as like weak and deserving to be left to die because survival of the fittest. When like Kron gets upset because the smell of Bruton's blood, he believes, is led the Carnotaurus right to them. Like seeing Bruton stand up to him after that would be pretty satisfying. It's a little cliche, but it works very well for the message that the movie's trying to tell, so I'll let it slide. That is true. I mean, it's interesting to see Kron's sister, I forgot her name, but seeing her also rebel against Kron, it works too, but I feel like seeing Bruton be one of like just one of the dinos like supporting Aladar would have been a stronger visual than just love interest just goes with the main character. Yeah, the final fight could also be Aladar, his GF, and also Bruton all fighting the Carnotaurus. That would have been pretty cool. Sadly, it was not meant to be. Oh, and I see Kilo Probato is in chat. Hey, hello there, Kilo, welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you are doing well. Welcome. And I hope that you enjoy your time here at my T-Rex ranking stream, where we rank several different T-Rex designs from various pieces of dinosaur-related media. As Solid Snook says, yeah, I still like the way she was utilized, but we should, yeah, we could have replaced her with Bruton. It would have been better overall if they let him live. Alright. But also before I forget, we do still have quite a few T-Rexes we need to have ranked. So this one we have One Eye from the Speckles the Tarbosaurus movies. Well, movie, because he was only in the first one, but this guy, he was quite the interesting villain. Solid Snake says, maybe have like Kron turn on his sister thinking she's a traitor, and then Bruton should. Ooh, that would have been awesome. Solid Snook says, well, yeah, he has power, so S tier, but true. But I also want to go a little further into depth into him. So I think like the first real thing we see of One Eye is him rolling a boulder down onto an Ankylosaurus, crushing its tail so that it can't use it anymore, and then somehow teleporting, like instantly making it from where he dropped the boulder down to where the Ankylosaurus was in like almost an instant. Like they proceed to kill it, oddly by biting it on his neck as if there wasn't any body armor on there, on there. Like maybe if like he bit at its leg and then flipped it over, and then like bit at the stomach, that would be fine, but he goes straight for the neck even though Ankylosaurus would have had armored plating around there. I guess he just had like extra strong teeth or something. And then right after he does that, the next thing we see him do is lure a herd of lure a herd of herbivorous dinosaurs. Not lure, I can't word, but like he chased the whole herd of herbivorous dinosaurs right over to where Speckles and his family was, causing lots of them to die in the stampede or go out Lion King style. Like I think Speckles' brother Quix, he got killed during the stampede trying to save Speckles. Speckles' sisters, I think they died falling off a cliff because they got shoved. Like they got pushed down by, I think it's a Tyrannosaurus that for some reason had no survival instinct and basically ran straight off a cliff, taking the two sisters with him instead of like at least trying to swerve over to the side where like away from the giant obvious cliff. And I feel like King Kong 2005 did a better job with like the whole shoving dinosaurs shoving each other and some falling off a cliff thing. Speckles, some of them felt like they were just like deliberately going off there, whereas in the 2005 film for King Kong, for one, it was like a whole herd of brontosauruses on a very, very small cliff, so they really did not have enough room, and some were just were accidentally shoved off each other, like off the cliff. But yeah, between all of that, and then One Eye throwing Speckles' mom off the cliff after a small fight with her, it definitely portrayed One Eye as quite the bad guy. And then we continue to torment Speckles throughout his adult life, and managing to easily defeat a Therizinosaurus too, right? Allowing it to, tricking it into getting its claw stuck into a tree. And he also, I remember, I don't want to say it on stream specifically, but suffice it to say he tried to attack, Speckles' mate, Blue Eyes, before his Speckles returned and then kicked his butt, rightfully so. And at the very end, One Eye again chases some more dinosaurs into Speckles and two of his kids, which were the only ones surviving, after a whole bunch of other shenanigans that resulted in, I think, one other child dying plus Blue Eyes. One Eye then kills one of Speckles' kids was almost about to kill the other one before Speckles, I think, knocked him into the ocean. They fight a bit in there, and then One Eye gets the death that he rightfully deserves, as a Tylosaur comes in out of nowhere and proceeds to eat him alongside another Tylosaurus that was swimming alongside it. Yeah, he got Jurassic Worlded, as he deserves it. Solid Snook also said earlier, Disney's dinosaur in the first 5 Land Before Time films are peak dinosaur kids movies. That is true. Disney's dinosaur, and at least some of the Land Before Time movies that I've seen, they are really darn good for kids movies. Yeah, and I agree to rendering. I see something else in chat, but okay, it was just Lamau. For some reason, Twitch is always censoring that. One Eye teleports off the bar. I feel like that's what Speckles did, like to get back to Blue Eyes and One Eye. Yeah, and also, if you're willing to call that thing a Therizinosaurus, yeah, I mean, not only was it, even if it wasn't scaly, it was horrendous, that Therizinosaurus from the Speckles movie. like if it was just a reused version of the model from Tarbosaurus the Mightiest Ever, it wouldn't have looked good, but it would have been decent. But no, that Therizinosaurus was just ugh. I actually like the bird and the gator villain from, I think, one of the Land Before Time films, because I remember those guys. And Slash looked cool. This Chase of the Dinosaurs one, and probably the worst dinosaurs. Yes. I like their song as well. Okay, but to summarize, I think One Eye, he's in, like they did a good job of portraying him as like one of the most evilest, like biggest, baddest dinosaur movie villains ever. But also factoring in like mainly his design as well. He's got counter shading with like lighter coloring on his bottom side, which is always nice. He's got the lightish red coloring on along his back, which it looks quite nice. It's a cool design choice. I remember he was actually quite muscular, so it does kind of fit with what we know of T-Rex nowadays. I don't know if it was like the right kind of muscular, like the body proportions were like absolutely right or not. I'm not sure. I mean, the picture doesn't give us a good enough look at him to know for sure, but he kind of just looks like a pink version of the Papa Rex. That honestly, yeah, I can kind of see that. He's even got like the gnarly kind of teeth that the Papa Rex has, and both their heads are they're a lot more based off the Jurassic Park T-Rex than like scientifically accurate Rexes. And he's also, another thing about his design, well, as the name suggests, he only has one eye, which on one hand, I guess you take points down for it being like overly edgy, like he's got an eye scar, but I mean, I think eye scars are cool, like especially for T-Rexes. They had lots of facial scars, especially during, like from fights with others of their kind. Plus, I myself have an eye scar that you can sort of see with Chippy Tie, and you should definitely be able to see it like on my Twitter profile pic. But besides that, he kinda is just a pink Papa Rex, but I mean, they portray him as a really good villain. Like, they make good use of his, like, monstrous design. Plus, the eye scar does kind of help with, like, the kind of evilish look he's kind of got to him. It fits overall with, like, the kind of creature they're portraying him to be. Plus, like I said earlier, he doesn't have shrink wrapping problems as far as I know. But he's got a lot of muscle to him. I'm not entirely sure if it's in the right places though, like if the body proportions are correct for Tyrannosaurus, or like if his neck is too thin in some areas or something like that. But it's a decent design, I say. I'm definitely not gonna put him above Terrence or Matilda. I put him above the Jurassic Fight Club T-Rex. But maybe leave it like over here. He's better than any of these guys down here. But like Clash of the Titans T-Rex looks pretty darn good. Ark does too. Dino Crisis. This guy whose name for Land of Lost, whose name I don't know, and Terrence and Matilda. They look better than he does. So I think that's where I'll put him. And then here we have, since you guys did mention Land Before Time, this is actually quite fitting. I believe this here is the original Sharptooth from the very first movie. And as someone who did do a watch party for The Land Before Time first film a while ago, I will say, sorry about that, but I will say, he really had an intimidating presence that I'd say most Sharptooth in some of the later films didn't quite have as much. And he's incredibly strong considering he's able to take quite a few blows from a fully grown sauropod. And I think he fell off a large cliff or something like that. Survived. And he only died because I think the kids lured him into a deep pool of water where he ended up drowning. So he's definitely got the intimidation prep. Like they portrayed him as a very powerful and terrifying creature. In terms of his design, I mean, it's for a movie, I'm not going to go into scientific accuracy. It reminds me quite a lot of... Yeah, Chomper's parents are also great, but speaking of Chomper's parents, this guy looks a lot like Chomper's dad in terms of coloring, like with the really, really dark green / gray kind of coloring, with red eyes. And I guess a little extra tidbit, they did give him 2 fingers, which is accurate for a T-Rex. I'm pretty sure there have been some cases in the past where in some movies they decided to give T-Rex 3 fingers. So I'm glad they decided to give it the scientifically accurate number of fingers that a T-Rex would have had. So overall, it does hold quite a bit of nostalgia value to me. And, I mean, there's no way to say it wasn't an awesome creature, so... A really good movie villain, a really good design. I'll put it right above where Fang is. Part of me doesn't want to put it up in S tiers. Kind of, it's... That sharp claw / Sharptooth had a really dark feeling to him. It's the best way I can word it. Yeah, same. Like, they never really portrayed him as like a regular animal like the others. They really went full force with showing him to be like a violent and terrifying creature that you should be afraid of throughout the film, since he is the main threat. And they did a really good job with that. It's more primal. Like primal, like more like barbaric, like primitive, and like a monster. Alright, so next we have this feathered T-Rex over here. I like the black feathers that it's got, but the orange head crests look a bit off. A bit. It's not the worst design, but with this color scheme, it could have looked a bit better. Maybe like a drawing. I don't know how... It doesn't look quite as well in a 3D model, but there could be... Someone could have made a better 3D model with this overall look. But I feel like I'll have to put you over in B tier behind this... I'll put you in front of the Jurassic Fight Club T-Rex. You definitely look better than this guy, but I feel like One Eye's a bit better than him. Yeah. And next up we have Rex from Toy Story. I mean, it's definitely not going to go with scientific accuracy here, because not only is it in a movie, within that movie he's supposed to be a toy dinosaur, so scientific accuracy, yeah, that's going out the window. In terms of what I think of it as a toy, I mean, the counter shading that he's got going on with the cream colored belly and the rest of his body being greens, he looks good. It's like the color scheme would have catch my eyes as a kid. I mean, dinosaur toys in general caught my eye as a kid, but if we were to place them next to a bunch of other dinosaur toys, I mean, I typically go for the ones that are most scientifically accurate, like, well, not scientifically accurate, but like, kind of like realistic-ish kind of looking, because in my, like, as a kid, I always thought, or at least like similar to Jurassic Park designs, because as a kid I was like, yeah, they look cooler. Those are the ones I'm gonna play with. Those are the ones I'm going to have, like, fight other dinosaur toys I have to the death. With Rex, though, I feel like as a kid, I probably would have thought he would have been too goofy for me to like take off the shelves and ask my mom to buy him. Maybe. I did really like dinosaur toys as a kid, so if he was like the only one there, I would probably still take him, but comparing him to other dinosaur toys I've had when I was younger, I don't know. He does have a lot of points of articulation that we see throughout the movie. Like, so as a kid, I could have posed him however I wanted to, probably, without too much issue. That would have been fun. Plus, I think in Toy Story 3, because of the whole daycare thing, which was a bit horrifying, but I'm pretty sure we didn't know, like, because of how the preschooler kids were treating Rex, his tail, I think, can be removed. I don't know if there's a hole where his throat would be, but if you could stick like any small herbivorous dinosaur toys in there and make it look like he's eating them, as a little kid, I would have absolutely loved to have that. Like, then again, he can move his jaws too, so like, actually would have been able to play with him like that either way, like have him carry a herbivorous dinosaur toy that I would pretend is dead, and like he's carrying it back home. But I feel like with the eyes, especially, like being way too close to each other, his general look would be it would have been too goofy, really, for me to like take seriously when I was younger. I don't know. Looking at it from the perspective of him being a toy, I'd say his design is serviceable. Like I probably would have taken him off the shelves if I was a kid and asked my mom to buy him, but after that, I feel like I would just like kind of forget about him compared to my other realistic dinosaur toys. I just maybe have him posed if I wanted to set up a bunch of dinosaur toys together with like some plants and stuff and make it look like I have like a whole world of dinosaurs to have as my play area. I would probably just have him there like posed as like into the like be a background, thing. I doubt like I would actually play with him too much, so from that perspective, well, that's a. I don't want to just go like from that, because for others in these rankings, I've also based off nostalgic value, and in that regard, like I saw what Snook said earlier, Rex was always pretty funny. I enjoy his character, like especially in the first movie where like he kind of tried to scare Woody, like at the very beginning. He roared in his face. I was like, "Are you scared?" I don't remember exactly what else happened after that, but I kind of like the idea of him like not actually being scary, like how Andy might have played with him, but like he just tried to act the part. And I think I remember he was, but they were trying to figure out what toy Andy was getting for his birthday. I think he was really hoping that it wouldn't be another dinosaur toy. I think I remember, like when he met Buzz, he was shaking his hand like crazy, saying, "I'm really glad that you're not a dinosaur." Which is understandable because I feel like if Andy got any other dinosaur toy, he probably would have not played with Rex as much. But yeah, I like this character in the first movie. In the second movie, it was pretty prominent, like when he was helping Buzz and the others try to save Woody when he got kidnapped. I did like the little subplot he had where like he was trying to beat that one Buzz Lightyear video game, and he kept losing at the Zurg fight. And when he go to that one toy store with the other Buzz, he actually finds like a manual that like tells him the secret to actually beating beating Zurg in that game. In hindsight, I feel like that's like a terrible, like in terms of the like going into the story world, that is like a just terrible. Like I would be very angry if any of the games I ever played required you to like buy a magazine in order to know exactly like how to beat a specific enemy, and otherwise you're just done. Like you can't win the game. You can't. I mean, granted, I feel like at the time Toy Story 2 was released, we would have had internet back then, so I guess it wouldn't be as bad as you would just need to wait for some unlucky fellow to unfortunate fellow to be the scapegoat for everyone else to buy the magazine and then just like share the info on the internet, and then no one else has to do that. Yeah, the internet exists. But still, if I was like in Rex's position, I would be very frustrated with whoever made that Buzz Lightyear game and kept the secret to beating the final boss within a random manual that you have to buy from the toy store. But besides that, I did like how he kind of bonded with that other Buzz from the toy store that they met, and he was trying to tell Buzz all the ways he was supposed to beat Zurg. And then when they actually come across a toy Zurg who's fighting Buzz, and he almost wins. Like Rex accidentally beats him, but he's like, I can't watch. He turns away, hits Zurg with his tail, and then knocks him off the elevator that they were in. Like as a kid, I was generally really happy for him when he was like exclaiming super happily, I finally defeated Zurg. And I did proceed to feel really sad for the other Buzz, because he did just find out that was actually his dad, but I remember like playing catch as everyone was leaving the building, so I guess it's all fine, and apparently the toy store didn't get damaged at all. He's a very powerful toy. But yeah. And then Toy Story 3. He wasn't as prominent, but I did really like Rex's character, like when he was bonding with some of the other dinosaur toys. But actually no. Anything like I think that was like in some of the other like that's like some other parts of media for Toy Story after Toy Story 3. Yeah, I don't think Rex met that one Triceratops toy until like the very end of Toy Story 3 when they all went. I forgot her name. The new little girl's house. And like when Andy gave his toys away. Overall, he was a pretty solid character throughout the Toy Story films. And his design isn't too bad. I can definitely see some kids playing with him. I don't know if I would have particularly, but I think he deserves to go in A tier. Yeah, okay. I think he sits comfortably in that area. And then next, there's, I think, the T-Rex from Turok or some other game, but I don't know exactly which one, but it looks like one of a game like Turok. Like, I guess to put it in lack of better terms, one of the extra gory, kind of bloody dinosaur games. Or it might be Dino Crisis 3, I don't know. Because remember they changed up the designs in that game from the previous Dino Crisis games quite a bit. I keep missing a bunch of messages from Solid Snooks. Yeah, Rex was always funny. I like how he idolizes Sora in Kingdom Hearts. I didn't know they'd actually visited Toy Story and Kingdom Hearts. Like, I know they visited Disney films, but the only one I really knew about was like, I know they entered like Frozen, Hercules, I think Big Hero 6 and Lion King in one of the way older games. I didn't know Toy Story was one of them. And Toy Story 2 was Mastercraft in terms of story. Yeah. As for this, I think Turok T-Rex. It's a bit over the top, kind of gory monster kind of look. Very similar to One Eye, but it doesn't hold up as much like recognition, nostalgia, or like charm as, well, kind of charm as One Eye has, in my opinion. So I want to rank up two eyes. Maybe top C tier above these guys. And then we have the T-Rex from, I think it was T-Rex in Evolutionary Journey or something like that. From what I remember, this documentary, in terms of animation, was not the best, but the models were honestly pretty darn good. I heard it also had a Gorgosaurus model at least as well, and I think I remember Nanotyrannus was also in this documentary. So, and they actually were trying to portray the idea that it was real. So that should sum up the basic idea of how the quality of that one documentary was, but the designs were not too bad, and I'd say this T-Rex design looks pretty darn good for the time. Eyebrow ridges look to be, but hold on, this is a dinosaur documentary, so we gotta think about it in a scientifically accurate term. from a scientifically accurate standpoint this time around. Unlike with Rex. So the eyebrow ridges look good for the time. Because I don't think the eyebrow ridges that we have for T-Rex nowadays, like we have with R.J. Palmer's T-Rex up here. I don't think we had that kind of look for the eyebrow ridges back then. So it's fine. There's the issue though that it doesn't have lips. Like you can see the mouth is closed but the teeth are still visible. I mean, the lips or no lips debate for T-Rex it's been going on for quite a while with like whether or not T-Rex would have had lips to conceal the teeth when the mouth is closed, like say monitor lizards or most other creatures, or if the teeth would have been exposed even while the mouth is closed, like how it is with alligators and crocodiles. And most people agree that it would have had lips and the teeth would have been concealed here, like what we have for Prehistoric Planet's T-Rex up here. So this would be considered inaccurate. And again, this is a documentary. This is from a documentary, so we have to consider that for its design. I don't really see how much bulk it has, but we'll give it the benefit of the doubt and say it's got a good amount of bulk. I think the T-Rex in this documentary did not have any feathers, or like feathering at all, like including filaments. With how feathering on T-Rex is nowadays, I'll let that slide. And in terms of just general design choices, black on top with bits of red on it, it looks pretty good. I'd say in spite of how the documentary itself might have been, the model is not too shabby. It's not too shabby. I'll put it up here in B tier, beneath Matilda and Terrence, though. Ooh, and then now down here we have Victoria the T-Rex. This one, I believe, is from a museum, actually. Well, it's not from a documentary. This is a reconstruction of T-Rex from a place where you are supposed to be educated about dinosaurs. So, we're gonna look at this one from a scientific standpoint again. And Victoria holds up pretty darn well. It's hard to see, but I've used Victoria's model a few times when, like for some of my adventures. And I know that the eyebrow ridges are pretty darn good for, actually spot on, I think, for scientific accuracy from nowadays. The arms are in the correct posture. I can sort of see that right now, like they're going down and then they're leaning in, like inwards. I can only imagine that means they're facing each other. And I remember Victoria's model has feathers on it, which again is heavily debated, but I personally am a bit of a feathered T-Rex fanboy, so I appreciate that. Victoria's definitely got quite a lot of bulk to her. Perfect for a scientifically accurate T-Rex. Because we were muscular, bulky boys and girls. And in terms of the actual design itself, like in coloring, I really like the yellow, like it has the yellow on top, like on its snout and the eyebrow ridges. They really stand out quite a bit, especially with the darker feathers. And lots of lighter coloring on the bottom. Really good counter shadings. And bits of lighter coloring on the sides as well, like on the leg here and there. It's definitely an eye-catching in terms of color. Whether or not it might be too much color, that might be for someone else to decide. I think it looks alright though. So you know what? I think I'll put Victoria here in S tier. I think beneath the Saurian T-Rexes, but Victoria still looks really darn good. And then we have this. We have this guy here. From Valley of the T-Rex. So, I guess a little bit of backstory. This is supposed to be a documentary, so we're gonna look at it from a scientific standpoint, but this particular documentary, The Valley of the T-Rex, yeah, oh, you already spoiled it, solid enough, but a little bit of context of what it is. I can admit it's pretty much just a propaganda documentary made by Jack Horner to push his theory that T-Rex was, and I quote, 100% scavenger. His theory was that T-Rex could not have hunted whatsoever and would have solely survived off of scavenging. In spite of being a large muscular creature that would have definitely needed a lot of energy to sustain itself, and was the only significantly large carnivore of its environment. So no one else, if T-Rex wasn't a predator, no one else would be hunting any of the large herbivores that lived alongside T-Rex, like Triceratops and Montosaurus. And also Torosaurus, I think, but very rarely. Like, sure, Dakotaraptor is strong and is a rather large dromaeosaur, but they would not have been able to take on fully grown Trikes and Montosaurus. So there would be no one like controlling the population, like in terms of like the adult specimens in this, like in those species, if T-Rex was not the predator, not the apex predator of its environments. And plus, he never considers the idea that because T-Rex would have because of its size and bulk, it would have needed a lot of energy, like, to sustain itself, and it would be burning lots of energy, like, just to walk around in search of food, and yeah, it obviously would not have lived long enough just walking around in hopes that something dies within its vicinity. Like vultures, they can be obligate scavengers. Like, they might, like, scavengers that primarily focus on scavenging. As opposed to like hyenas, where most of their food actually comes from hunting, despite what most people believe. Vultures can get away with scavenging as much as they want because they can fly. They have an easy way and like cost-effective way of moving around over long distances without having to worry about their energy running out. Especially when they soar and they basically just let the wind current carry them as opposed to flapping their wings. A T-Rex, on the other hand, has to walk everywhere it goes. And as it's doing that, it's burning tons of energy because of how big it is and how bulky it is. Its legs have to burn a lot of energy, like, just to hold itself up. Plus carry its own weight around as it walks around in search of food. Plus we have lots, but like, there's quite a bit of evidence of T-Rex teeth being embedded in the bones of herbivores, some of which include healed bite marks. So yeah. So being 100% scavenger is really dumb. I'm pretty sure even with vultures, I'm not entirely sure if this is true, but I think sometimes even they will attack something. At least I've heard of at least one. I think like at least one kind of vulture that does hunt or something. I might be misremembering that. Yeah, biology-wise, T-Rex could not have survived solely off of scavenging. Like the entirety of Valley of the T-Rex feels like just an excuse for Jack Horner to mock Tyrannosaurus Rex. And based off other documentaries that have him appeared while talking about this debate, it seems like the only reason he doesn't like T-Rex is because he said he is a duck-billed dinosaur lover, and when he went to Montana in search of them, all he found were T-Rex fossils. Which, to anyone who is sane, they would be extremely excited about that, because T-Rex is one of the most popular dinosaurs of all time, and being able to find tons of fossil evidence of, like, fossils of them should be an accomplishment to most people, but for some reason Jack Horner, he was upset when he kept finding them. Yeah, I would be delighted to see even one T-Rex fossil. Like, if I were to collect, like, uncover even just one T-Rex fossil, even like even just a fossilized tooth, that would be one of my greatest accomplishments of all time. But apparently Jack Horner saw stumbling upon lots of T-Rex specimens as a bad thing, because he wasn't getting the hadrosaur fossils that he wanted. Like, sure, hadrosaurs, they deserve more love, but like, I feel like his hatred towards T-Rex is unjustified, so that is an easy F. An accurate Tyrannosaurus they're amazing animals, and learning more about them is, yeah, it's always fun learning about them. And honestly, even without the backstory for this documentary, he explicitly tried to make T-Rex as monstrous as possible. And to quote, I remember him saying in this documentary that T-Rex would have been, I think, it's like something ugly and stinky. And I'm kind of quoting him here based off what I remember of his documentary. So I'm gonna put it all the way down here. All the way down. And then we have 7 left. And thankfully we have something from a much better documentary to go to. When Dinosaurs Roamed America, I believe. I think this was actually the T-Rex that they sort of based off their T-Rex. Jack Horner based his T-Rex off of. Like, they used footage from when dinosaurs roamed North America, and then later on in the documentary, they started to replace the T-Rex from Walking with Dinosaurs with footage of their new T-Rex model. And I gotta say, these guys look way better than this. These are also from a documentary, so looking at it from a scientific perspective, they're definitely a bit lean, I'd say, but if they're supposed to be based, if these two are supposed to be one of the young T-Rexes, like the one that I think was chasing some sort of pterosaur, I think it was like Quetzalcoatlus, in one clip that I saw a really long time ago after a failed hunt on a Triceratops herd. Then these guys are pretty solid for their time. Pretty solid. They got long, lean legs, comparable to the rest of their bodies. They have rather long and slender snouts. I think their arms are in the correct posture as well. I think the heads are... They might be a bit off. Even though I said the snouts were like the right general shape, like being extra long. The general head size and shape might be a bit off. But when dinosaurs roamed North America is an not pretty darn old documentary, so I'll cut them a bit of slack for that. And plus the coloring itself, like mostly brown with a little bit of black coloring around the mouth. Kind of giving them like a little mustache kind of look. Plus a little bit of darker coloring along the back. I'd say they look pretty darn good, and I'll put them in beats here, because it's a bit outdated, but it's far from the worst. I'll put them behind this feathered T-Rex, but above Jurassic Fight Club's T-Rex and this not the best feathered T-Rex here. And then next we have Walking with Dinosaurs' T-Rex, which is the exact opposite of Jack Horner's T-Rex. Well, kind of, like in terms of backstory. Because it's from a documentary that generally respects all its creatures that it portrays in them. And does try its best to show off each creature with the scientific knowledge that they had back then. With a good amount of speculation, since it was supposed to be it was supposed to act like an actual wildlife documentary, where everything was supposed to be treated as if it were real. Unfortunately though, this T-Rex design is heavily outdated at this point. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone should know at this point, like, what shrink wrapping is. This Walking with Dinosaurs T-Rex unfortunately suffers from that. I'd say its snout, well, not its head is a bit weirdly shaped. Possibly too short. And you can't really see it, but hold on. Let's see, what is the T-Rex? Hold on, I horribly misspelled that, but hold on. Yeah. It's got a decent amount of bulk, but not nearly to the extent that it should be at, unfortunately. But, like Solid Snook says, the red and orange underside does look pretty darn cool. It's too bad, because, yeah, it has a really good color design. If someone could reconstruct the Walking with Dinosaurs T-Rex with, like, everything that we know about how T-Rex would have really been nowadays, with this color scheme, it would be gorgeous, but this unfortunately isn't the case for the original T-Rex design. But again, Walking with Dinosaurs was a really, really old dinosaur documentary. The people working behind the film, well, not behind this, the documentary, they didn't have nearly as much to work with as, like, the creators of Prehistoric Planet do, so I gotta cut them some slack for that. Plus, they did do a pretty good job of portraying T-Rex's behavior. Like, treating it as like a realistic animal. It didn't make too much noise when it was hunting in one clip that I saw. and it didn't do like a victorious roar after killing its prey. It just carried it off and left to bring the food to its young. It would pain me too much to put it anywhere below C, like below C tier. It doesn't. I don't want to put it right below Jurassic Fight Club's T-Rex, but I feel like overall Jurassic Fight Club's Rex got more correct in terms of his overall body shape. Yeah, alright, I'll have to put him over here, but overall the designs do not match how I feel about the creatures themselves. With some occasions being these 3 years. I'm not very consistent with how I rank the designs, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Alright, and then there's the T-Rex from Super Mario Odyssey. Let's see. It's a video game, so we're not... Hello. Solid Snook says, what's wrong with the Revolution Rex? Oh, hold on. This is one of the main, mainly what I mean by, like, how sometimes, like, the actual look of the design doesn't quite represent what I think of the actual creature itself. It's because it's so stylized? No. I do like the stylized look, especially like with the skull look of it. But if you look up here, on A tier, I put these 2 Revolution T-Rexes in A tier. Stumpy and his mate Tinkerbell. I put Jack down here though, because I just personally dislike him for tearing off Stumpy's arm and killing their first 2 youngsters. I did give them some, not slack, but like, I did talk about how they are a bit shrink-wrapped. But the designs they still look pretty darn good. So I put these 2 up in A tier, but yeah, Jack, I put him down here just because I personally dislike this guy. I just realized both the T-Rexes I have down in F tier are related to the name Jack. So I feel like in the case of this one, I think... Actually, never mind. Let's see, so the T-Rex is just... It's just Rexy, which is a shame because Japan usually gets their dinosaurs right. It looks like he's starving to death. Yeah, the Super Mario Odyssey T-Rex is as you said, it's pretty much just Rexy with a longer snout, I'll say. It's not a best change, but it works, I guess. It is a shame though, because like you said, Japan usually gets their dinosaurs pretty spot on. Like a lot. I don't know some like specific details, but examples, but there are quite a few cases of like dinosaurs showing up in anime or like stuff like that where the dinosaurs look really darn good. I even remember seeing on Twitter, there was a really good looking feathered theropod dinosaur in redo of a healer, of all things. I have no idea why it was in there, but props to them for doing that. And Dinosaur King, it did really good with lots of the dinosaur designs. Not all of them. The Giganotosaurus design in Dinosaur King was pretty bleh. And I don't even want to get started on the Pachyrhinosaurus. But some of them look... Lots of the other dinos in that series looked really spot on. Let's see, Hat Dino, the dino with a hat on it. Thank you for that, Sia. Let's see. Hold on. The Dino-san manga has a lot of accurate, feathered depictions. They even had a feathered Dilo, which is very unique and adorable. I kind of want to see that. I'm not sure if Dilophosaurus itself would have had feathers, but regardless, I have a bias for feathered theropods, so I want to see what that little guy looks like. And as you say, it's a unique idea, and I want to see what the floofy Dilo looks like. Anyways, back to the Super... Oh wait, hold on. I think Zia was meant, like, the dino with the hat on it. I think you were referencing the Super Mario Odyssey T-Rex, right? I'd imagine so. Though, like Snook said earlier, it is kind of just Rexy with a longer snout, but... I mean, it's not particularly bad. It's serviceable at least. Like you also said though, Japan does usually get its dinosaurs right. Makes this kind of a disappointment, but it is a game though, so the design isn't supposed to be perfectly scientifically accurate. But it doesn't do too much creativity-wise with this T-Rex design. So I'd say it belongs here in C tier. If they gave it, I guess, like, change up the body shape at least a little bit and change up the coloring, that could have been enough to up its ranking a bit, but no, they didn't do that, unfortunately. I couldn't really find it anymore when I looked for it. That's a shame, but it's fine. Perhaps I'll do a bit of deep digging myself across the internet to search for it. Anyways, next up we have a very unfortunate case for feathered Tyrannosauruses. As you guys probably know at this point, I love feathered T-Rexes a lot, but Dinosaur Island's T-Rex is unfortunate. Like, one, I feel like... I can't look at it. I'll give it slap for it not looking scientifically accurate because it's not supposed to be a documentary, but the feathering on this T-Rex looks good. The issue though is, in my opinion, is really the coloring that they chose to give it. Like, it's too brightly colored and over the top for, like, people to take it seriously on a T-Rex. Rick Raptor, he did a review for this movie Dinosaur Island that this design came from, and he said, like, the Velociraptor, but the Dromaeosaurids that were in this film, they suffered from a similar issue, and like the T-Rex, it's pretty safe to say that the coloring is based around, like, cassowaries, but quote Rick Raptor, if they were given, like, a more of an eagle-like appearance, it would have looked way better, and I feel like a lot of more people would have enjoyed the look. And I feel like that could have worked for a T-Rex here too. Like, instead of, like, the ridiculous blue and reds, if they were to give it, like, the coloring of, like, the golden eagle, give it, like, some darker brown coloring, like so it can hide in shade or something like that. I feel like that already would look a lot better than the T-Rex we have right now. I don't know if that would be enough to completely save it, but I feel like a T-Rex like this with dark feathering would actually look pretty nice. At the very least, it looks... I would say it looks like on par with lots of feathered T-Rex designs from the 2010s. Like it probably would... It wouldn't look out of place if you put it next to the feathered quote-unquote Gorgosaurus and the Daspletosaurus from March of the Dinosaurs, which is technically supposed to be... the Gorgosaurus that I mentioned was supposed to be Nanukosaurus, but they didn't know at the time. Next to those guys, especially the Daspletosaurus, since they had dark feathering too. Give this guy, like, black or brown colored feathers, and he wouldn't stick out too much from them. But because of the coloring, it's... ugh. I will say though, to give it some credit, the eyebrow ridges look pretty darn good. Like, for the time at least. They're prominent. They aren't quite like the ones we see in paleo media nowadays, but they didn't know at the time. I think the skull shape works. It may not be perfect though. Actually, now that I think about it, it could be a little bit shrink wrapped. I'm not entirely sure, but we'd have to see. But yeah, overall, it's... my feathered T-Rex bias tells me not to put it in F tier with these abominations, though. I will say though, I did present a rather easy fix that they could have given it to make it a lot more cooler. So I'll put it in E tier. It's a pretty bad design, but given a couple fixes, it has a lot of potential for feathered T-Rex design. They just kinda dropped the ball with the execution. As Solid Snug says, yeah, the coloring is horrible. And even the raptors, yeah, they looked funny in that movie as well. Just because you base it on a cassowary doesn't make it scarier. Yeah, if you're going to base it off a can't work, but that can make it scarier, but it's not really about the coloring, but like more to it than just that for its general appearance. Like, I don't have to worry, but like, I guess like the face of a cassowary. When you see pictures of a cassowary staring directly into the camera, odds are you're gonna feel a little bit scared about it, like scared of it. Do something like that, like if you're gonna base a dinosaur off a cassowary. You just give it the most intimidating glare that you've ever seen. But yeah. Unfortunately, one of my beloved feathered T-Rexes has to go down to E tier, but it's understandable why, and it could have been so much better with just a couple of changes. But on the plus side, we have a new feathered T-Rex, kind of, who is definitely going up towards S tier, being Tyrantrum. My absolute favorite of all the fossil Pokemon. Understandably so, because it's one of the surprisingly small amount of them that are actually based off dinosaurs. When you really think about it, it's the Mora line, the Rampardos line, and the Shieldon line. And and no one else. Like, even Aerodactyl is based off a pterosaur, not a dinosaur. And I don't count the ones from Gen 8. They're terrible, and also they're fossil chimeras. They're not true dinos. Even, yeah, Cassowary Jurassic World hybrid will work. I think so too. He even has a beard. Indeed. He has an amazing character to him. I mean, I'm not even going to like consider scientific accuracy because it's a Pokemon. But like the fact that they added in feathers and used them in a way that looks really, really good, and kind of gives it like a king-like appearance, as he said. It has a large beard, and the feathers around his neck. It looks like something. It looks like the kind of things that a king would wear. The ridges around where his eyes are formed to look something like a crown, which is an awesome detail as well. The red, orange, and whites in general work really well together, in my opinion. And also into just like a little bit of nostalgia, I guess. I did really like the character of some of the Tyrantrums and Tyrants that we saw in the anime, X and Y anime. I don't remember too much about Grant's Tyrants, but the Tyrant that Bonnie met in one episode, that she bonded with, and then had save her when it became a Tyrantrum. That was really adorable to see, and it was both nice to see Tyrantrum brought back to the facility it was revived at, and have it live alongside its fellow Tyrantrums and Tyrants. And it was also kind of heartbreaking to see Bonnie have to say goodbye to it. But yes, it's an awesome Pokemon. It also been a nostalgia for me, especially since it showed up in my personal favorite season of Pokemon. The Pokemon anime, at least. So, yeah, he belongs straight up into S tier. Solid Snook said, yeah, you're so close to getting a Dromaeosaur Pokemon. And then they made it a fossil chimera. I said it to a Missing No VTuber that I know, and I'll say it again. I feel like it would have been awesome if we could have like recreated the dinosaur renaissance by like going over to Careless like during the post game and like help her like learn more about the fossil Pokemon and help her realize that she might have been messing up the fossils a bit, and then rearrange the fossil chimeras to create the true Pokemon that they were supposed to be. I think that would have been awesome. And then we could get like the true fossil Pokemon that were supposed to be in the game. Well, like the real fossil Pokemon. And I feel like that might have been overall a better post game than, like, just that alone would be a better post game than what we got in Sword and Shield, like with Sword Butts and Shield Butts. Like we didn't need those guys. I still need whatever the raptor is in Scarlet and ooh. I didn't know there was a raptor-based Pokemon there. But I want it now. I want it. And they better have some good fossil Pokemon in Scarlet and Violets. Or the dino will be very unhappy. Actually, speaking of Scarlet and Violet, I'm pretty sure for Crocro, or like the fire type starter, is some people have made like fake evolutions of it being based off a Spinosaurus, which looks awesome. I really hope they decide to make that the case, or if not, base off one of the fossil Pokemon after a Spinosaurus of some kind. I would just love that. I don't remember exactly where they showed I can't wait. I don't know exactly where those games, like the region of those games, are supposed to be based off of, but I think I forgot his name. It's like a guy named Loxton. He made a video a while back about the Staraptor line, and he mentioned that I think Scarlet and Violet, the region they're based on, does include the Iberian Peninsula, which is home to quite a few Spinosaurus that we know of nowadays. And it's been home to many of the newest Spinosaurus that we know. So having even just one Spinosaur based fossil Pokemon there would be awesome. Yes, maybe we can devolve our starters to their ancestors. That could be awesome. Hold on. Solid Snook says, no, I meant the fossil as in the yellow raptor parts from Gen 8. We're gonna have a cave woman, so we're gonna... Fossil Pokemon, interesting. I should turn your Quaxly into... Oh, that would be awesome. I doubt they would ever do that, though, because Pokemon normally... Like, they'll add gimmicks like Gigantamax and Z-moves and Mega Evolutions, but everything else about like their general formula, they're going to keep it as it is. Like, the starters are going to get... They're going to get like 3-stage evolutions, and that's that. But anyways, before I keep losing track, we have 2 more T-Rexes to get to, neither of which I'm actually familiar with. The one up front, though, it does look pretty interesting. I think the eyebrow ridges look, from what I can see, even though it's very far away, they look to be correct. Skull shape looks nice, and the rest of the body seems pretty good. I'm not sure if it's quite as muscular as it should be, but it's acceptable. I think the arms are in the correct posture. Legs look nice. And I like it's got kind of like a snow leopard kind of pattern to it. Except instead of white, it's like mostly grays with some lighter grays around the belly and the head. I think that looks really neat. Oh, hold on. All I'm gonna say is pick Scarlet since they're gonna have a Paleo. I'm picking Scarlet then, and I see Black Hawk. 8015. Oh, Dino, hello there, Hawk. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping by. It is good to see you here, and I hope that you're doing well. Welcome to my T-Rex tier list stream. Hope you're having a wonderful day today. Thank you for stopping by, and it is good to see you here. Ooh, and I see Solid Snook finally found the Feathered Dilo. Ooh. Can you send it to me over on Twitter DMs so I can check it out later? Ooh, and also, the Cave Woman is kind of cooler in my opinion. And I'm definitely getting Scarlet. Oh, and I see Hawk says, you're welcome. I'm doing great, that's good to hear. And yourself? I'm doing quite well. I've been having quite a bit of fun with this tier list here. Just talking about the T-Rexes themselves, and also kind of going a bit off topic sometimes to talk about just general dinosaur media and stuff like that. This is always fun. I mean, I can't word. It's like, I've definitely, thanks to streaming, I've been able to talk with people about dinosaurs a lot more than I did back in the old days before I started streaming. But my love for dinosaurs was just pretty much mainly kept to myself. Dino is always fun, of course. Dinos are always fun to talk about. Speaking of T-Rex, well, dinos. This T-Rex over here, I was talking about it just now. It's got kind of like a snow leopard pattern to it. And overall, the body build does look really good. I don't know if it's feathered or not, but regardless. I like the pattern it's got like on the skin / feather coat, maybe? I'm not sure. Looks neat, so... I'll probably put you up in A tier. Above Big Edie and Little Edie and the others in A tier, but beneath the Hypo Rex, Fang, 3 of the Prehistoric Kingdom T-Rexes, and the original Sharptooth. Because it's a good design, but it's not that good. It's not that. Like, the designs up here and above they're really something. Ooh. There's also an image of that manga that looks incredible. T-Rex looks really cool. Ooh. Send me that on Twitter DMs too. I want to see the T-Rex design. I mean, obviously, as you can tell from what I'm doing here on my stream, T-Rex designs they're always awesome for me to see. Possibly one of the best in my opinion. Very looking forward to seeing that. I'm also hoping to see how it compares to like Prehistoric Planets T-Rex, like Prehistoric Kingdoms. Dinosaurias as well. Alright. So, last but not least, we have this T-Rex here. It's got a bit of red on its head. Some lightish cream coloring on like the side of his face. Darker coloring on the back of his head, I'd say. I have no idea where it's from though. Ooh, there's actually 2. A feathered and a... So they're playing both sides so that either way they win. I can dig that. I don't know, maybe one of them is Tarbus. Possibly. But either way, either works. Alright, but let's see. So it's definitely got the T-Rex, Jurassic Park T-Rex head shape going. I don't know if this is from a documentary or not, so I'll give it the benefit of the doubt for the most part. It's hard to see its teeth though, which, even with this lighting, I don't think should be an issue, so... Teeth might be a bit too small here. And looking at the neck, from what I can see, it's possible that it might be shrink-wrapped. Or not. I'm not sure. I will say though, I don't know if this design really sticks out to me that much. It's kind of bleh, I guess. It's not the worst, but I've definitely seen better, as you can tell from up here. Oh, I see. Solid Snook says, alright, it's the woke, softer T-Rex. I'm not sure what that means, but it's the T-Rex, that's the Dinosaurs The Last Day T-Rex. I don't think I've heard of that, but I want to look into it a bit more. But it sounds like a dinosaur documentary, so now that we're looking at it from that perspective, it looks, from what I can tell, like based around the neck area, doesn't look too muscular. It's possible that it's shrink-wrapped. Again, the head is based off the Jurassic Park T-Rex. I for some reason cannot see the teeth from this shot. Even with the lighting and everything, they should be visible. So I'll probably have to put it down here in C tier. Probably not the best way to go out, but here it is. That's a real article, by the way. Like the woke softer T-Rex. I'm really hoping it's not that one. That's honestly though, I wouldn't be surprised though. But yep. Oh. But yeah, here is pretty much our completed T-Rex tier list. After, let's see, hold on. After a little less than 4 hours of streaming, we were finally able to get it done. So let's see, here in S tier we have, let's see, that's feathers. Oh, that's feathers. Alright, let's quickly get you up to B tier then, buddy. I'll put you a little bit above here. There. Yeah, y'all saw nothing. There you go. Nice safe little spot up here in bottom B tier. So anyways, here in S tier, we have the R.J. Palmer Tyrannosaurus. We have the T-Rex from Prehistoric Planet. We have the T-Rex, the infamous T-Rex suit. We have Dinosauria's Rex. We have Sue from the sculpture from a museum whose name I do not remember. But we also have Terry. We have the Black T-Rex. We have the offline Chrome game T-Rex. We have Rexy throughout the ages. Plus, the Dominion Prologue Rexy. Or I guess Prehistoric Rexy can work too. And we have the Buck and Doe from The Lost World, plus the End of Jurassic World Dominion. We have the T-Rex designs from Jurassic World Evolution, both Evolution games, Evolution 2 being slightly above Evolution 1. We have two designs from Prehistoric Kingdom. All three T-Rex designs, both the feathered and the one scaly, from Saurian. And we have Victoria the T-Rex, plus Tyrantrum in S tier. In A tier, we have the 3 other Prehistoric Kingdom T-Rex skins, the original Sharptooth, Fang from Primeval, the Hyporex from the Isle. This snow leopard kind of pattern T-Rex, who I do not know, but it looks cool. We have Big Edie and Little Edie from Camp Cretaceous. We have Stumpy and Tinkerbell from Dinosaur Revolution. The Primal Carnage T-Rex, the Fossil Fighters T-Rex, the Isles T-Rex, and Toy Story's Rex in A tier. In B tier, we have Matilda and Terrence from Prehistoric Planet. We have T-Rex design from, I think, T-Rex and Evolutionary Journey or something else. I don't remember the exact name. We have the T-Rex from the Land of the Lost, I think. The T-Rex from Dino Crisis. This T-Rex figure whose name I do not know with the squiggly arms here. We have the Ark T-Rex. Clash of the Dinosaurs and Last Day of the Dinosaurs T-Rex, I think, too. We have this retro Tyrannosaurus from an old film. Possibly the Meat Eater from the first King Kong film. We have One Eye. We have this unfortunately kind of botched feathered T-Rex. We have When Dinosaurs Roamed North America Rexes. 2 Rexes here. We have the Jurassic Fight Club T-Rex. And the Walking with Dinosaurs T-Rex. Last Day of the Dinosaurs T-Rex, thankfully pointed out by Solid Snook. And this feathered T-Rex that also got horribly botched. And in C tier, we have the Super Mario Odyssey T-Rex. And I think the Turok Tyrannosaurus. This random Tyrannosaurus, who I do not know, but it's some pretty snazzy colorings. We have Bonnie. And we have the T-Rex possibly from Battle of Giants Dinosaurs. So I see, so also looks as it's funny, since Terrence from Angry Birds makes a similar noise that T-Rex is thought to make. Oh, really? Interesting. I did remember Terrence from the Angry Birds movies. Oh, no, wait, hold on. The Final Day T-Rex. Plus this guy that got horribly botched. C tier, we have the Super Mario Odyssey T-Rex. The Turok T-Rex. This T-Rex here who has a very snazzy coloring, but otherwise looks a bit off. And I already realized I mentioned these guys before, but I'll name them again. We have Barney, the T-Rex from possibly Battle of Giants Dinosaurs. And in D tier, we have... what's his name over here with the kind of... the coloring that reminds me a lot of like Attack on Titan, with like cream and red coloring with bits of white. The Dino Titan over here. The Dino Titan. And over the Tyranno Titan. We have this guy here who's half T-Rex, half cosplaying as a crocodile, I think. It looks like it's trying to be a crocodile with like the scoots and I guess more like an alligator-like head actually. Alligator crocodile T-Rex thing here. We had the ruined Fossil Fighters Frontier T-Rex. And this guy from Warpath. And then in E tier, we have our dishonorable mentions of the Dinosaur Island Feather T-Rex and the Buck from Jurassic Park 3. And then even our most dishonorable mentions down in F tier being Jack from Dinosaur Revolution and the T-Rex from Jack Horner's Valley of the T-Rex. And there we go. So save to download, or as I'm gonna do here, I'm just going to be a little bit cheeky here and copy image so I don't need to download it. And it's pretty much the completed tier list here. So I hope you enjoyed this 4 hours and 6 minutes worth of streaming. I hope you enjoyed watching me ramble on about dinosaurs and rank these T-Rex designs throughout all this time, and I hope I was able to entertain you all. Anyways, hold on. I'm gonna go over... I can't go to the lobby. I'll go into the movie night. There we go. Get rid of the text. So, as I'm going over onto Twitch to find someone to raid, I just want to say thank you to everyone who stopped by during the stream today. I hope you all had a good time here and I was able to entertain you all. And I hope to see you all next time when, I guess the next time I decide to come up with a tier list stream to do, or when I come up with some other brand new ideas I have for streaming, because I've heavily been trying to update and like, I guess just varietize my streaming content. So I hope to see you guys when I do more of that, and I hope to see you all just in general in some of my other streams where we just draw, play games, have a jolly good time, chat with each other, and be buddies. I see... Oh, Cardin EN, a Mosasaur friend who doesn't actually stream that often, is streaming right now, so... Alright, I'll send you guys over to see them. Here we go. Cardin EN. Alright, put in the raid command now. And I'll soon send you off from watching a T-Rex to watching a Mosasaurus. But again, actually, I'll put it in now. And before I go, again, just want to say thank you to everyone who stopped by today. I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Take care. I hope I was able to entertain you all. I hope you all had a good time here, and I hope to see you all next time. But until then, have a good rest of your day. Take care, and I shall see you later. And bye-bye. And now I wait for Stream to catch up with me so I know when to hit the raid button.